Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. And right now, we have a very big story happening right this very second. Israel has just been attacked by several waves of Iranian missiles after an attack in the suburb regions of Beirut this morning inside of Lebanon. And right now, we are expecting a major response. Right now, Israeli officials are saying that Tehran will burn tonight as a result of this attack. So we have a lot of news coming out, and we're trying to keep up with it the best we can. But right now, things are going at a crazy pace, and Israel's saying that the war is back on right now. So it's going down as of today.
At the moment, we're observing two separate missile incidents where the Islamic Republic of Iran has fired a large volley of intermediate and short-range ballistic missiles at the northern region of the state of Israel. Currently, two different air raid alerts have been issued over just the past few minutes, with some skirting along the area of the border from Kiryat Shimona to Nahariya, and a second alert now being issued as a second volley of Iranian missiles have been fired more towards the central area between the Sea of Galilee and the port city of Haifa. We've been able to report that at this moment right now, Israeli officials are stating openly that the city of Tehran must burn tonight, and it does appear that the Israelis are already gearing up for a response. Just minutes ago, U.S. aircraft, particularly KC-135 Stratotankers, are now scrambling and taking off from the Tel Aviv International Airport or the Ben Gurion International Airport to be able to avoid possible fires being directed at Tel Aviv and the area where these aircraft are currently stationed. If we look at the region right now, we can see that the entirety of the airspace of the Islamic Republic of Iran does appear largely closed except for a singular Taban Airlines flight which just took off from Tehran, and we're also seeing that the airspace in Iraq appears to be fairly sparse, and we're expecting that this airspace is going to start clearing out at a much faster pace now that it has been confirmed just minutes ago that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now firing significant ballistic missile barrages at the state of Israel. We've also been able to get some additional information as well on these alert areas and what is going on within the northern region of Israel, as the first alert region is an incredibly large one, which covers the entirety of the Golan Heights and from Kiryat Shimona all the way down to Hadera, just north of Netanya. We understand that this was the first ballistic missile attack, and picture evidence was already starting to come out showing that interceptors were being fired, which we can see right here in this brief security camera clip, the blip of a interceptor going up into the air, attempting to shoot down an incoming Iranian ballistic missile, but we haven't gotten any additional videos, at least as of yet, as of this moment. A second wave of alerts...
Also, hold on just a second. We have breaking news right now. We're currently seeing that additional ballistic missile launches are apparently taking place in Israel right now. We're hearing that from IRANIAN, Iran, that apparently the IRGC has just fired another volley of ballistics at Haifa. That was the original target. It looks like this time, it looks like the area near Kiryat Shimona and also Haifa as well is under attack at the very moment. So that is what we're eyeing right now. Apparently, this is either the second or the third wave of missile attacks that we've seen so far on Israeli territory by the Iranians. So it appears to be a pretty serious situation. It looks like they're saying that there's been at least 4 ballistic missiles over Israel which have been intercepted, and that's just the ones that have been intercepted. Apparently, it's a lot more than that that's been fired at Israel, of course. So it does not appear that everything's being intercepted. Also, we just got word that the activity at the Ben Gurion airport has just come to a complete stop as of right now, and we're also seeing apparently here it looks like a whole bunch of sirens are going off pretty much in the northern region. It looks like the region that's generally been targeted by Hezbollah is the region that's currently under ballistic missile attack at the moment. So that appears to be the main targets.
And that does appear to be the main targets. We were actually just about to cover that second wave right here, as we do have the information that the second wave doesn't appear to be directly affecting the Kiryat Shimona and Nahariya area like we saw with the first attack, which the warnings have been issued for. It appears to be between the Sea of Galilee and the port of Haifa. We are not entirely sure the absolute number of ballistic missiles that are being fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran in each of these barrages, but we are assuming that it's most likely more than 10 per barrage, meaning that right now the Iranians have most likely fired in excess of 20 intermediate and short-range ballistic missiles at northern Israel over just the past few minutes. We've also been able to see additionally that at the same time, schools have now been closed throughout the entirety of the state of Israel following the threat of missile fire coming in from Iran. This happened quite literally during the first barrage, and we've also been able to see as well that the Israelis have put out a couple of statements as well saying that they believe that this is a resumption of the war and largely a declaration of the continuation of the war by the Iranians. We've also been able to see that emergency guidelines were issued by the Israeli Home Front Command, which has issued a limitation on gatherings of 200 outdoors and 500 indoors. They have banned educational activities and are restricting workplace and agriculture to locations with accessible shelters, meaning that largely Israel is once again entering the emergency Home Front Command scenarios that we had seen during the active phase of the conflict. We also understand that at the exact same time, there's been some very interesting statements that have come out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, specifically within Tehran, by members of the Iranian government and also the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as well. We have been able to hear that some statements came out this morning from MB Ghalibaf, which stated they are neither committed to a ceasefire nor believe in dialogue, and by demonstrating through the naval blockade in violation of agreements regarding Lebanon, that they only understand the language of power, which was already starting to gear the situation towards an armed confrontation earlier in the morning before we saw the attacks that are happening right now. We've also been able to see that another statement was made by Ibrahim Raisi, which was threatening that Iran will retaliate against Israel's strikes on Beirut earlier in the morning. This statement said as follows: "We will deliver a decisive and painful response to the Zionist regime's attacks on Dahya. These rabid dogs must be disciplined and put back in their place. Look at the sky over the occupied lands tonight," making it incredibly clear that both by statements from Ghalibaf and Raisi, the Iranians were already gearing several hours ago to start missile attacks on the state of Israel due to Israel's attacks on Beirut and the Dahya suburb, which were conducted right before this attack. Jet activity has
Also, real quick, before we go over all this right here, let's take a quick look at the videos of the interceptions. Let's take a look at the active attack on Israel first. We have some video coming out of the missiles flying over Israeli airspace and also some of the interceptions as well that I'm currently reposting at the moment. So let's show people what's happening inside of Israel at the moment and see what's going on there near Haifa.
Well, we can see some missile interceptors here in this picture. We can also see some lights from the ground. It doesn't really look like a whole lot happening in this clip rather than interceptor fire. And that's all we have?
No, we should have some videos there in the timeline and stuff like that. It's reposted at the very top.
Oh, here we go. They weren't showing up. So here's the other clip of the interceptors.
So they're saying here in the video, they're saying it's flying toward Israel from central Iran. So apparently we're looking at maybe a Haifa here, it looks like, or something, or maybe a nearby village or town to Haifa, possibly in northern Israel.
This is most likely Haifa. We're probably viewing that to try and throw down a quick geolocation on that. Probably from an area around here, just on top of this hillside, and they're starting to look back towards this area because there is a larger height within this area that would give that sort of a same field of view. So this does appear to be filmed from Haifa at the moment. So we are seeing that there is air defense interceptor action over Haifa and incoming missiles in the area as well at this moment right now. And the Israeli air defenses are largely indeterminate to their success at the moment. We're not really sure how many missiles they're able to successfully intercept, and we're also not entirely sure how many missiles the Iranians have fired in the first and second attack waves at this moment right now. So hopefully we'll get some more information on that, either by the Israelis or the Iranians with some sort of a published statement, but we're not really getting any good numbers or discernments at the moment if there's also been impacts as well, which there is most likely going to be. We have seen that in prior times with Iranian attacks like these, the Israelis have not been able to see a 100% successful air defense interception rate. As a matter of fact, towards the last part of the armed conflict before the ceasefire, the Israelis were getting down in interception rates that were as low as the 30th percentile and lower, and we were seeing that most Iranian missiles were actually making it in and hitting whatever targets they were generally being aimed at. We're not entirely sure if this is going to be the case this time. There has been a decent amount of, I guess you could say, prep time for the Israelis to rearm and make sure that their interceptors are ready, but we're still going to be waiting for additional data and information to come out on that. Apparently, we also have more videos coming out at this moment as well. Hopefully, they'll repost on the Twitter.
So we have more videos coming out right now, the interceptions over Israel. I put it in the likes tab. We're currently seeing video confirmed out of Haifa in northern Israel, and we're also seeing as well some more footage. I believe all these footages here are over Haifa for the most part, but we can see here some of the interceptions and also some of the incoming missiles over the airspace. So let's take a look.
Moving us on from that clip, we also were able to see here a further amount of Iranian missiles being fired, apparently somewhere within Iran, as we're seeing that people in the street are having some sort of a pro-regime rally in the midst of the missiles being launched. Pretty damn loud, honestly.
So this is from Tehran.
Somewhere from the general area. We also were able to see here in this clip this looks to possibly be filmed from Israel, although we're not entirely sure. Actually, this appears to have been filmed from Iran because we can actually see the minaret of a mosque right there. So I'm generally believing that's probably also from Iran as well.
Also, I'm seeing some people say check Flight Radar 24 right now. Let's see what's happening on Flight Radar. I'm seeing people say that there's big takeoffs of aircraft apparently over Israel, it looks like. So let's see what we can spot there.
It's generally, we've already covered this prior. The KC-135s are scrambling out of Ben Gurion right now to try and get out of a possible impact site. So we had already covered that generally earlier on, so it looks like they're just getting further on up in the air and trying to get out of the area. We can also see that involved in these takeoffs is a KC-46 Pegasus, and we also have another KC-135 that appears to be spoofing its location because it was taking off prior. We had been able to confirm that, but it now appears to be at an absolute standstill right outside of Ben Gurion, literally on the perimeter of the airfield. We can also see another KC-135 that's picking up speed and also altitude quickly while it's also trying to move out of the area. So it looks like the tankers at Ben Gurion are trying to move out of the area to make sure that they're not going to be in the line of fire of further incoming Iranian attacks if they do target the Tel Aviv area, and that is just largely continuing on at this moment. We also were able to see in this clip as well further actions of either the Iranian launches or the incoming Iranian attacks in this clip. Pretty silent video. But moving us on from that one and on up into our next clips, we also were able to see these clips taken in Haifa of the incoming missiles and the missile interceptions.
شايفك بعد حياتي بعدها. اسمع يا ابن الصراحة نحن بعيد يعني.
We can also see in this clip as well further incoming Iranian missiles. Moving us on from these clips, we've also been able to see another security camera still, once again showing in the southern Lebanese area some sort of an incoming missile or an interceptor that was fired. So it does appear that at this moment, the state of Israel is under a significant attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and a large amount of short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles has been seen within the northern area of Israel, and it does appear that air defense interceptor actions are still ongoing at this moment. Hopefully we'll be able to get some further information out from the area. And do we have any?
So right now, where we can confirm that a third wave of missiles has been detected toward Israel. We've generally covered that already, but apparently that third wave is still making its way toward the northern part of Israel, which is Haifa and maybe possibly Tel Aviv. I can't really tell right this second, but we are seeing that a third wave is imminent inside of Israeli territory. So this is a pretty big deal. 3 waves of missiles, that's no small attack right there. That's a pretty major attack. So we are seeing that Israel's apparently started canceling schools around the countries. They started doing that. They've also apparently said, like we've gone over before, that Tehran will burn tonight. They're also vowing an imminent response, and it sounds like they're beating the drums of war right now. So it's definitely back on. So far, the U.S. hasn't weighed in, but we have seen that apparently the U.S. president has been briefed on it as of 5 minutes ago, and that appears to be the case. So also, I am seeing some people report some other things in a live chat right now. They're saying that maybe Israel's trying to get permission to strike the Iranian energy sites. That could be the case, but I can't get confirmation on that right this very second. I'll try to see if I can get more information about that. But a very serious situation to say the least. Also, wait a minute. Hold on here. Let's see. So I am seeing here that apparently it is being confirmed that Israel is currently asking the United States to greenlight strikes on Iranian energy sites as of right this very second. So they are going for the throat, essentially, at this point. If the U.S. grants that, we're going to see probably a full-on resumption of the war across all fronts. So a very serious situation right now. But Enforcer, that is the breaking news as of right this second.
All right, and so at the moment, we are still tracking the third wave of missiles that have been fired. We're most likely going to be expecting them to enter Israeli airspace within the next 15 to 20 minutes, at least from this point right now. And if there are more advanced versions, like the possible hypersonics, the Fada 1 and the Fada 2, they might be arriving in around 7 minutes from now. We're not entirely sure which ones have been fired at the moment in the third attack wave, but we'll probably be getting footage here incredibly soon, either of the air defenses still working on the second incoming wave, and then footage of the incoming third wave over northern Israel. At the moment right now, it is quite clear that the situation has returned into largely a full-blown war, and I see that many people in the chat have been saying, oh, well, you know, we must have been dragged in, well, I must have been dragged back on air to do another breaking news stream. Actually, this was one of the things that we laid out in the background would be big enough to go live immediately, because it would largely be the resumption of the war, and it is unfolding right now live on air. Generally, we would believe that the state of Israel will be mobilizing the Israeli Air Force, and they're most likely already getting airborne at this moment right now, to prepare for and conduct retaliatory strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran to some extent. We'll most likely see that this opens up with some sort of suppression of enemy air defense actions, so we'll start to get sporadic reports of explosions around western Iran, and then we'll most likely start to see that air-to-ground munitions might start to hit key targets within western Iran and also the capital of Tehran as well. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so we are seeing here that apparently there are brand new launches coming out of Iran. They've launched even more missiles as of literally right this very second. We're hearing that these ballistic missiles are being launched out of the Khuzestan province near the Andameshk area, apparently. That's apparently where these missiles are being launched from that we're hearing about at the moment. So we're hearing about 3 that's been launched, but we're expecting that other areas of Iran will be launching more ballistics very shortly. So this is wild. I mean, it's nonstop missile launches. The Israelis and the U.S. were saying that Iran's missile launching capabilities were largely destroyed, but this is definitely proof to the contrary, to say the least. And they appear to be targeting, like we mentioned before, the area in northern Israel that was apparently being attacked by Hezbollah over the last 72 hours. So we have some more video that's come out, generally showing some of the missiles being intercepted. I do want to say that the IDF is currently saying that all missiles have been intercepted so far. far. It appears to be that could be the case, but take that with a grain of salt, though. That's what the IDF is currently claiming, and we don't know if that's actually the case or not. But they're saying that all the Iranian missiles have allegedly been shot down, so we'll have to see. But let's take a look at our footage.
We see here an air defense interceptor being launched from northern Israel to try and intercept and shoot down an incoming Iranian SRBM. We can also see another one of those incoming SRBMs right there overhead, making its way further into Israel. And you also see another clip of one right here. Moving on from that clip, we also were able to hear that apparently 3 of these were launched from Kale Qasim in the Andameshk Khuzestan province area. The Khuzestan province is around the city of Avaj and generally within this area down here. So these were actually fired directly along the western Iranian border near to the Iraqi city of Basra, from what we're understanding, meaning that they're trying to get the shortest flight path possible from the launch sites to the state of Israel and their points of impacts that we might be hearing about here in the near future. We also got to see another clip here of more incoming Iranian missiles over Israel.
Oh, we got something not so great right here. Let's see. I'm currently getting some images here, apparently from northern Israel. It looks like something has exploded on the ground. Like not that first one, but the second one here. It looks like something has exploded on the ground in northern Israel. It appears to be a possible missile impact from the looks of it. I'm seeing smoke around it. We're seeing, of course, a very bright white flash from the ground. So it looks like Israel might have just taken a direct hit as of right this second. Also, by the way, apparently the 4th wave is underway of ballistic missile strikes on Israel. It looks like it's currently underway as we speak. So that's not good, obviously, either. We're also hearing that there could be a possible explosion over Isfahan, Iran, for the looks of it. They're saying there's an explosion there, and we're also getting a video apparently showing an explosion in Isfahan, which is, of course, near an Iranian nuclear missile site as well. So we're also seeing, we're getting a lot of stuff happening right now. It looks like we're seeing anti-aircraft activity being reported over several areas of Iran right now. So it could be possible that maybe Iran is being engaged by Western forces. That could be what we're seeing right now. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
Pretty interesting developments, to say the least. It does appear that there is a 4th wave fired, and to trying to get us through all of this, this appears to be an explosion near to the area of the port of Haifa. It's not incredibly well discerned at the moment what may have been hit and also where the flash is within the area, but it is within northern Israel. That we can confirm, at least at a minimum, because the first 3 attack waves are all within the northern Israel area. Additionally, we've also been able to see that there is some sort of a possible explosion that has been confirmed around Isfahan in this clip, where we can see some sort of a moving object and a bright flash, which might have been a hit on a missile site within Iran. We're not entirely sure. We've also seen that the 4th attack wave has now been announced, and it appears that each attack wave is moving a little bit farther south, but still remaining within northern Israel. So we're now going to put this down as the 4th volley warning. So let me put that down right here. And that appears to be the 4th round of incoming Iranian missiles on Israel, meaning that this is a high-intensity air campaign currently being conducted by Iran. We're seeing 4 different launches. We're assuming that there's 10 missiles in each. So just within the past few minutes, Iran has now launched around 40 short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles just at northern Israel alone. We also get to see this ballistic missile that was apparently filmed over Karaj, which is just to the west of Tehran, and that may be the reason why we've seen some clips that appear to be coming out of Tehran showing pro-government rallies in the midst of the missile fires around the city. So I'll put a missile flying over Karaj towards Israel on this one, so that way we can make sure to keep it discerned that this is not Allied fire, this is just further Iranian fire.
Also, we got some breaking news. Sirens are now going off in Amman, Jordan right now. It looks like Jordan is now sounding the air raid sirens as we speak. We don't have a whole bunch of detail about what they're expecting, but it sounds like Jordan is expecting possibly an attack coming up very, very soon. They must be expecting Iran to hit them as well. So just to reiterate, Jordan is now under an air raid alert, which is a nearby neighboring country to Israel. And I'm also hearing that apparently the U.S. Air Force has just issued their posture to very high high severity for Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and also all the bases across the region. So they're saying Jordan, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait have been moved to higher force protection conditions, effective literally right this second. So they're expecting possibly an attack on those locations of U.S. forces as well. So the war has gone extremely hot, to say the least. And now Jordan's also under attack from the looks of it. So also, by the way, I'm seeing a whole bunch of Israeli politicians. They're out here saying Tehran will burn. It's going to burn down to the ground. They are rallying the people very strongly right now. So we're expecting an imminent response by Israel on the Iranians very, very soon.
And we will definitely be seeing that an Israeli response will be occurring incredibly soon. We might already be seeing that right now, as a matter of fact, folks. It appears that there might have been an explosion in the Isfahan area that we're still trying to track and get more information on. But it does appear that the resumption of the war is happening in real time right now, because the United States is now expecting attacks against U.S. forces in Jordan, Kuwait, and also Qatar. Qatar has not come under a significant amount of Iranian attacks during the raging ceasefire, quote unquote, over the past few months. And we've also been able to see as well that the Israelis are coming under continuous attacks in the northern region of their country by multiple ballistic missile volleys. So it's becoming incredibly clear at this point, without a doubt, that the conflict has resumed. I would say that it's a pretty clear and obvious thing to say that this is a resumption of the conflict, if anything would be, and this doesn't really allow for the skirting around of the situation like many have made in the U.S. government, to where they can claim that the ceasefire is still intact. This appears to be a complete collapse of the ceasefire. Also, by the way, some of y'all may be wondering what led to this today, because it seems to have kind of come out of the blue, and this is something that we really haven't been able to cover yet at this point, is that earlier in the morning, the Israelis crossed an Iranian red line that the Iranians had announced weeks ago, that if the Israelis bombed Beirut or the Dahia suburb, that was going to force an Iranian response directly on the state of Israel. The Israelis ended up bombing Dahia just this morning, just a few hours before this attack started, with some footage here showing the strikes and the aftermath of the actions. The Dahia suburb, to just make sure that everybody knows, is a hotbed of Hezbollah terrorist activities, and it's generally where most Hezbollah headquarters are found for the group that operates within southern Lebanon. So it's not exactly like the Israelis are attacking absolutely nothing. They are attacking the headquarters of Hezbollah. But at the same time, however, this was an Iranian red line that Iran had stated that if the Israelis bombed Dahia, the Iranians were going to respond with a significant ballistic missile barrage directed at Israel. And the Iranians responded with a direct missile barrage at Israel after Israel bombed the Dahia suburb. So that's generally the reason why we're actually watching what's happening right now, is because the Israelis crossed an Iranian red line. And it appears that the Iranian red lines are actually real, which is a little bit interesting, considering that they have been letting the U.S. do a pretty decent amount of things to them, and they hadn't done much of anything back. But we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so this is very big breaking news right here. The IRGC has just made this statement that they said waves of missiles and drones will continue to be launched around the clock for the next 7 days until the enemy, meaning Israel, is deterred and ceases its crimes. They said for the next 7 days around the clock, they're going to be firing missiles at Israel. So that's as serious as it gets right there. So that will force a response. It looks like I would not be surprised to see Tehran and also other major cities inside of Iran getting hit extremely hard over the next few hours. I would not be surprised to see that. The IRGC is going all out. They are attacking pretty much all the way through at this point. So that is very serious right now. We are getting more reports, by the way, that apparently there are explosions being confirmed around Iran's Tabriz airport and also in the East Azerbaijan province of Iran. And we are seeing apparently more missile launches coming from Tabriz, Iran, which is where those explosions were also heard as well. So it is going down, folks. It's Sunday, June the 7th. The war has officially restarted as of today. This is not going to be stopping for the foreseeable future. So this is quite serious. Was not expecting this today.
The explosions appear to be coming from the area of the Tabriz Shahid Madani International Airport, just to the northwest of Tabriz. We can actually see some of the military hangars and installations here just on the northeastern side of the airfield, and that's where we generally believe that the explosions and strikes are most likely being reported at the moment. There are a couple of different support facilities that are also found within the area, and a barracks facility within Forugda town, which we can also see here on the satellite photography, which might also be getting targeted and hit most likely by Israeli strikes at the moment. Right now, the United States of America has not made any statements or has conducted any direct action that we can speak of or confirm at this moment, but it does appear, at least for now, that the Israelis are the ones that are conducting the retaliatory strikes against Iran. And at the moment, we can generally confirm, well, we can positively confirm that the debris strikes appear to be underway. We think that there might have been some strikes in Isfahan, and I don't think we've heard of any other reports of possible strikes or retaliatory strikes on Iran for the attacks that are currently being conducted on Israel outside of the Tabriz and Isfahan strikes, which we've seen either on security camera or we're getting eyewitness reports of at the moment right now. So retaliatory strikes are already underway, and if we look at the airspace in the region, it does appear that the Iraqi airspace has already cleared out, and it also appears that a large amount of aircraft are now attempting to clear out of Syrian airspace and also Jordanian airspace in real time.
Also, it does appear that the air defenses are now active over Tehran's airspace at the moment. It sounds like Tehran, Iran is currently fighting off some sort of incursion. It's unclear what the incursion actually is right now, but that's what they're saying as of this moment. So I am getting some early reports as well. And once again, if you are from Israel, don't take our word for it. Listen to your local authorities instead. But we are hearing that allegedly it could be possible that maybe an all clear has been issued for North Israel, and they're saying that people can leave the shelters. So that's what we're hearing right now as well. We're also getting some more footage coming out of apparently, well, actually, scratch that, not footage right now, but we're seeing that the IRGC is now reporting that the Ramat David Air Base inside of Israel was targeted with ballistic missiles. We can't confirm of any impacts on that location as of right this minute, but we can tell you, though, that there's been a lot of interceptions over northern Israel by the Iron Dome system. We can confirm that, but I would suspect, though, that there's probably a couple of impacts, but we're waiting to get confirmation on where those impacts have occurred.
So it appears that right now the Iranians are claiming that they tried to attack the Ramat David Air Force Base within northern Israel, just like Matthew was reporting there, and this is the exact geolocation of where it's at. If we look at the second, third, and fourth missile alerts, it actually appears that every single one of them had a catchment area that would include this airbase within this area. To give you all a little bit of information really quickly about the Ramat David Air Base, currently it is a fairly important airfield, at least for the Israeli Air Force at the moment, as we understand that here in this area today, the Israelis have let's see here, I'm trying to get the squadron names for everybody here, two F-16 squadrons. They have the 101st and the 105th Squadron of the Israeli Air Force at this airfield, and they also have the 109th Squadron of F-16Ds and F-16Is based at this airfield as well. So there's a decent amount of Israeli aircraft, particularly all of the F-16 airframe from those squadrons that are currently based at this airfield and could have come under attack. It also appears in this picture, although I'm not able to find anything about this online, that there may be a IDF rotary aviation wing that's also based here as well, as we can see a couple of AH-64 Patens and also what appears to be a couple of UH-60 Blackhawks, most likely of the Israeli Defense Forces, which also operate out of a helipad at the central northern area of the airfield's perimeter. So we can generally understand that this area has come under attack. We're not sure if there's any strikes, impacts, or explosions on the area, and this might be ironing out where that large flash picture that we have came from earlier. Let me see if I can find that one here real quick. This likely impact, it might be on the area of this airfield, possibly. We're not entirely sure, but considering that the Iranians have publicly stated that that was one of their priority targets of this round of strikes, we can generally assume that most of the missiles probably would have been gunning for this airfield, and if there were any that made it through the air defense and ended up hitting a target, it might have been directly on this airbase. However, that doesn't really mean that the Iranians have destroyed any aircraft. We have seen that Iranian missiles, while being able to generally iron out a broader area, they're not able to iron out pinpoint targets, meaning that it might have hit somewhere that's non-critical on the airbase. We're still waiting for additional information on that if we can ever get it. But we actually have news statements that have been coming out from the Islamic Republic of Iran. So, Matthew, what do we got on those?
Okay, so we're seeing that the IRGC inside of Iran's apparently issued a new statement. This is coming from Fars News inside of Iran. They said that tonight's operation against Israel was merely a warning, and if the aggressions are repeated, the responses will be broader and will encompass all American Zionist targets in the region. So that's conflicting with the other statement that we just heard, that the IRGC was saying that they would launch nonstop attacks for the next 7 days straight, around the clock. That's sort of conflicting with that. Also, by the way, this is not going going to hold off the Israeli response. Israel is already saying that Tehran's going to burn, and we are expecting in the next hour or 2 hours, or maybe even 3, that we'll likely see some sort of very strong Israeli response to this situation. I doubt the U.S. is going to be able to restrain Israel on this because, of course, Israel usually doesn't just sit back when they get attacked. They usually do something in response. So I doubt the U.S. will be able to rein Israel in if they wanted to even do that. And also, it'd be a little bit absurd to ask Israel not to respond, considering that they literally just got attacked and this could have killed their civilians. So that's what the IRGC is saying right now. But Enforcer, what do you make of that statement?
It looks to me like they're trying to stop a retaliatory attack from happening. I think that's what these statements are being made for, of don't hit us or it's going to get worse. But they already made the statement earlier that it's going to be 7 days of endless soup and salad in the form of missile attacks. So I'd have a feeling that this might just be a statement to try and see that the Israelis don't strike back and the Iranians can get in a couple of more licks before any response is actually conducted. But at this point, the wheels are turning in Israel. They're going to be conducting retaliatory strikes. It sounds like they already are in Tabriz and Isfahan from what we've been able to hear. So I think that this statement's coming a little too late for the Iranians, considering that it already looks like retaliatory strikes are being conducted by the Israelis. But we have even further breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so it's being reported right now that the U.S. president has weighed into the situation, and take this for what you will, it's allegedly, I'm not sure if he just made the statement just now in response to the attack on Israel, it sounds like it was, but take this for what you will. Allegedly, the president's just said to Iran, you shot your missiles, that's enough, now get back to the table and make a deal. So that's not going to stop Israel, by the way. I doubt Israel's going to listen to that mumbo jumbo right there. They literally just got attacked with ballistic missiles. So Israel's going to respond. I'm pretty confident about that. But the United States has taken this position that apparently it's okay if Israel gets attacked, and they're just going to have to accept it. And somehow this means that a deal is closed. So I don't know what the hell is going on with the United States, but they're out of their mind as of right now. So I doubt it's going to stop Israel. Do you think it will or not?
No, that's definitely not going to stop Israel. I don't even know what the hell kind of a stupid comment this is. Like, this is like saying, okay, well, the Japanese just attacked Pearl Harbor. Let's talk to them. You know, it's like, who the hell would ever work off of that kind of a mindset? And apparently, according to AZ Intel, this was a quote from Fox. So I don't know if he spoke directly on Fox on air. We don't know at the moment. But it appears pretty clear that the President of the United States is taking what I would say is probably the weakest approach that can be seen, that the Iranians have now fired directly into Israel, which is one of the active belligerents in the conflict, along with the United States and Iran. And instead of the United States saying, okay, well, basically the war's back on now, because now they're firing into Israel, they're not just firing at Gulf states anymore, which is also a significant violation and escalation of the ceasefire. Instead of looking at it as that, now we're going to say, okay, you've had your temper tantrum and tried to kill some people in an allied country, so let's get back to talking. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous at this point. I mean, talking is clearly dead at this point.
Yeah, and also, by the way, apparently they say they're close to a deal. I'm not joking, by the way. It's being reported, it appears to be reported by some media outlet that's maybe associated with China, it looks like. They're saying that allegedly a statement was made by U.S. officials that Iran is close to a deal. So, I mean, we're not even going to put too much weight into that right now. We're going to put all of crazy statements aside
Well, remember,
for now
it's
and put all
Sunday.
that junk. Yeah, we're gonna put crazy grandpa statements off to the side for a second because that's pretty much meaningless. But moving on from that bullshit, we're gonna move into the stuff happening right now on the ground. We are seeing a video has just emerged from Israel, apparently showing a fire at a location in northern Israel. Apparently, it looks like a ballistic missile did impact, but thankfully, it appears to have hit an open field, at least from the looks of it.
Well, something definitely hit on Israel's territory, that's for sure. But that appears to be some of the information we're getting out of northern Israel. It does appear that a lot of the information is showing that there's been some impacts of some sort. We're not exactly sure what types the damage and also exactly where, but we'll hopefully be getting out more of that information here incredibly soon. I think one thing is going to be fairly clear, at least at the moment right now, is that the U.S. doesn't appear to be adamant to join in retaliatory strikes against Iran. So this appears to be solely an Iranian-Israeli affair at the moment right now, because the U.S. appears to be living in la-la land. A deal is right around the corner, as we all know, and I do have to say that it's very convenient that it happens on a Sunday with that announcement once again, right before, you know, a certain thing's going to be reopening for the week. But we actually have more breaking news coming out at the moment.
Okay, so we just learned that Iraq has just closed their airspace following these missile launches from Iran. They've just closed it. So, what that indicates to me is Israel is about to start raining hell down on Iran. That's what that indicates to me. That's what we saw during the last round of exchanges between Israel and Iran about a month or two ago. They would close the Iraqi airspace because Israel has to use that airspace to go over to Iran and start bombing their cities. So, that's the way I'm taking it right now. Also, by the way, the president's made another statement, just to report this real quick, not to weigh in too much on it, but the president allegedly said, I would have said a deal would have been signed on Monday, Tuesday, or maybe Wednesday, but now this has happened. And they're saying that they will make decisions soon about what's happening with Iran and Israel right now. So that's apparently taking place at the moment. But Enforcer, what do you make of that Iraq airspace closure?
I would say it's probably not for the Israelis, like, speaking with the Iraqis, because we know that the Israelis will operate without Iraq's permission. I think it's because the missiles are flying through their airspace, and it makes an unsafe and hazardous condition for the flying public. So they're shutting down the airspace to stop any civilian aircraft from flying through and possibly colliding with a missile and getting shot down. So I think it's more so of a cautionary thing than showing that the Israelis are working with Iraq to strike in Iran, because we already know in the last round of attacks during the armed conflict, the Israelis had quietly set up without Iraq's permission 2 airfields on Iraqi territory to conduct strikes on Iran without Iraq's permission. So I'd have a feeling it'd be a little bit out of character for the Israelis to now start officially working with the Iraqi government to tell them to close down their airspace for inevitable strikes. It looks to be more so for the incoming missile fire over their country. So
I think the missile fire is over with from Iran, though. I think Iran, for the moment, is to stop firing missiles. So the attack's over with. So they've actually closed their airspace after the missiles stopped firing. That's why I'm saying it's probably over Israel about to launch attacks on Iran, because there's no more missiles flying around. If Iraq wanted to shut their airspace, they should have done that an hour ago. The attack's now over.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, they're a slow to react country. They hardly have an operational government. And generally, right now, the airspace conditions unsafe. The volatility's high, because it doesn't matter if the strikes were, over by now. There could be further strikes, and the Iranians are making statements that there certainly could be, and the Israelis are also making statements that this isn't going to fly. Which might lead to further Iranian missile attacks. So I generally say it's probably because of the hazardous flying conditions in the region, because of the inbound missiles that were just flying over Iraq, and that's now made the airspace too unsafe to fly through. Because we're also seeing similar things right now, whether they've been officially issued, in Syria, which did have active airspace when we went live on air, and now its airspace has also been completely cleared out as well. Quite literally anything in between Khuzestan and northern Israel has been completely cleared out, which would give me a feeling that either some sort of a NOTAM sort of a statement was issued in Syria and also northern Jordan, because of the incoming Iranian missile attacks, and the Iraqi one's just an official statement coming out right now, a little bit late to the punch, but still on that larger issue.
Maybe so. Also, by the way, we are getting some more breaking news right now. Allegedly, the U.S. president has said that Israel's attack in Lebanon and in the suburbs of Beirut were not coordinated with the United States, and he's not happy about them. So we were talking about this before we went live on the air, before we got on this breaking news stream right now. We were wondering if maybe it was some sort of U.S.-Israeli plot to restart the war in a defensive way by attacking Beirut, because Beirut, and with the attacks there by Israel, that has been a red line for Iran for at least a few weeks. They said if Israel attacks in Beirut, then that's going to restart the war in its entirety. So it appears to be that the U.S. is at least claiming that they were not notified about that, and Israel acted completely on their own accord by striking into Beirut. So if that is true, it sounds to me like Israel did that knowing they was probably going to start the war again, and now we're seeing it, of course, apparently breaking out. So I'm not sure who to believe on this one. We'll have to see how this pans out over time. But what do you make of that?
It sounds to me like the U.S. is trying to distance itself from the situation, and I have a feeling, I'll be entirely honest with y'all folks, I have a feeling that even if the Iranians started to attack U.S. forces in the middle of these Israel attacks, the U.S. is probably going to say, well, we shot all of them down, it was no big deal, the Iranians are just, generally mostly peaceful, it's a mostly peaceful demonstration of their concerns, but the ceasefire is still intact, and we're still very close to a deal, it's literally right around the corner. I have a feeling that that's the U.S.'s approach at this point, which has become so so toothless and also spineless, it's never going to result in any sort of a successful diplomatic resolution, because it's being shown at every level at this point that the United States is not going to get into a war. Iran could basically come into the Middle East's regions and beat around the U.S. military and wipe out entire flight squadrons of aircraft if they wanted to, and the U.S. is just going to completely shrug that off and act like it's not happening. So I'm generally believing this is going to remain entirely between Israel and Iran for a while, unless if a U.S. base is attacked and a U.S. service member is killed, and then we might see that the U.S. does something. But at this point, I'm assuming that the United States is taking the weakest approach possible to the situation in every scenario, and that largely would facilitate that the United States does not get involved at all at this point, no matter what happens.
Maybe so. I can only imagine the discussions that are about to be had because remember, folks, that just about, I think it was like 4 or 5 days ago, there was a phone call between the U.S. president and Netanyahu, and apparently the U.S. president confirmed that this is what happened. Apparently there was a bit of a cussing match that took place on the phone. It sounded like, I think maybe the U.S. president might have called Netanyahu a crazy bastard or something similar to that. I can't remember the exact wordage of it, but there was some pretty strong wordage exchange between Netanyahu and the U.S. president. So there's some tensions already there. So I can only imagine what's going to be said over the phone at this time. It's probably going to be, telling Israel, you better not attack Iran or otherwise X, Y, and Z. So I just don't know. It seems to me like the escalation chain is already in motion. Israel's already vowed to respond to it, and I would be surprised if they didn't at this point. So Iran's vowing that if Israel even retaliates in the slightest, they're going to launch a larger attack even after that. So I think at this point, it's pretty much out of the U.S.'s control. It's going to go the way it's going to go, with or without the United States weighing into it. I think at this point, it's pretty much set.
Yeah, I would say that I think at this point the course is set in place. An attack on the Israelis is generally going to be starting an entire broader conflict over again, because the Israelis are going to attack the Iranians, and a lot of people for some reason have this idea that the Islamic Republic of Iran it only hates Israel, it doesn't hate the United States, but they are going to attack U.S. bases, and they're probably going to try and pull out the fine china to make sure that they can get some U.S. casualties generally in the mix, which will largely force us back into the conflict to some extent. There's really no way at this point that a regional war or the resumption of the regional war can be avoided, because most of the essential ingredients for the continuation of a full-blown regional war have just happened right now. The Israelis have been attacked, the Israelis have already counterattacked in some limited form, and the Iranians are making it clear that they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. So, Matthew, what else do we have for breaking news coming out right now?
So Iran has just closed its western airspace to civil traffic. That also comes right after Iraq just closed their airspace as well. So it seems like the path is being cleared in the sky for Iranian missiles to make their way toward Iran for the attacks. It appears to be that is the case. We are hearing as well that Israeli officials are confirming that they are vowing to deliver what they call powerful response to Iran's ballistic missile fire. That's according to 2 Israeli officials. We're also hearing as well that apparently there will be a greater attack than Israel just saw, that Iran's talking about right now, if this attack follows through that Israel's talking about. So they're definitely setting up the stage for a big showdown between the two. Like I said, I think it's set in stone at this point that something's about to break out, that Israel's about to conduct. So I don't think there's any talking. I think Israel might actually jump and respond before the U.S. even has a chance to rein them in. That sounds like what they're about to do.
Sounds to me like they're definitely working on that one right now. And also on top of that, I mean, I got to say, folks, it's a little bit stupid to try and corral the Israelis at this point, because regardless of the actions they took this morning, which were directly against U.S. interests of bombing Dahya, which was an absolutely stupid idea because that would clearly restart the entire conflict. Outside of that, though, with the Iranians attacking Israel directly, the Israelis are largely forced into making a response, because not making a response is giving out a very weak image and could be opening up to further attacks and harassment in the future, either by Iranian terrorist groups within the surrounding area or by Iran itself, because now they're seeing at that point that they could attack Israel without Israel even responding at all. So I would have to say that in my honest opinion, I think that the Israelis are going to be responding here incredibly soon, probably within the next 30 to 40 minutes, if we haven't seen it yet already. So we'll probably start to see that unfolding live on air very soon. As far as what that's going to look like, it's generally just going to be airstrikes. That's the best way to explain it.
Also, by the way, to return back to a story we were tracking earlier as well over Iranian airspace, apparently the anti-aircraft fire that we heard near Tabriz and also near some other areas like Tehran inside of Iranian territory, apparently, according to the IRGC, that they're saying that they were firing at drones. That's what they say they were firing at. So it sounds to me like maybe Israeli surveillance drones or possibly even maybe U.S. surveillance drones were flying over those cities trying to get some type of intel, and then Iran opened fire on them. So it does not appear that so far we have seen an actual military confrontation between the Western and Iranian forces right now, but we are expecting, like we just went over, we are expecting Israel to launch some sort of strong retaliation in the very near future. It sounds like the U.S. won't be involved in it, though, from the looks of it, unless the U.S. suddenly jumps into the fray, like out of the blue. It sounds like it'll simply be Israel responding, and that'll be pretty much it. So, also, by the way, another story that we need to return back to real quick. We had heard that Jordan had sounded the air raid sirens. We have not heard any confirmation whatsoever that anything is struck inside of Jordanian territory, so it appears to have been completely for precautionary purposes that they sounded the air raid sirens from the looks of it. So that's some positive news that's come out so far. So that appears to be the news for the minute. Of course, we did hear that Israel asked for a green light from the United States for strikes on Iran's energy sites. I would imagine that the U.S. probably is not granting that request for the most part. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's a fairly, like, we're hearing some really interesting developments still coming out from the region, and we're going to be trying to keep an eye on them the best we can. I also was trying to observe the airspace situation at the moment of what's going on within the Middle East, and we have a couple of interesting things to speak about. So all of the airspace between Iran and Israel has almost completely been cleared out at this point. The entirety of southeastern Turkey, the whole of Syria, all of Lebanon, all of northern Jordan, and Iraq have all been cleared out. There are these two flights which are actively in Iraqi airspace, but it appears that these aircraft are in a state of confusion. This aircraft is attempting to land into Jaffa within Iraq, and we're not entirely sure if it's going to be landing there or if it's attempting to lie in wait to see if the airspace will be reopened or if they're given special permission to land. And this larger aircraft, this 777 that was actually flying from Jeddah to Basra within Iraq as well, also now appears to be within a holding pattern for a brief moment in northern Saudi Arabia, but looks like it might possibly be heading on into Basra. These two aircraft are the only ones in Iraqi airspace that we know of right now. Most other civilian aircraft that are not flying into Israel or Jordan are flying through the Sinai Peninsula through Egypt to largely circumvent the entire area and not fly through it, and a couple of flights are still coming in on short final at Ben Gurion International Airport, while more U.S. Stratotankers, well actually this Stratotanker, which has been in the same spot for about a damn hour at this point, is still sitting there. But a large amount of commercial aircraft are still coming into Israel. We're not sure if the Tel Aviv airport is going to be closed here within the near future, because we know that there are airspace closures within northern Israel without a doubt right now, but Tel Aviv doesn't appear to be closed. Jordan also appears to have some limited aerospace activity left, but we're expecting that the whole area is going to get cleared out a lot like it was at the beginning of the legitimate war that happened in February. So we actually have more breaking news coming out as well. So what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so according to sources that allegedly are getting some words from the U.S. president, it sounds like the U.S. president has allegedly stated that he is about to call Netanyahu and tell him not to attack Iran in response. So he's about to start burning the phone line down to the Israeli officials to tell them not to respond to the attack that could have easily killed Israeli civilians. So that's apparently the case. That's being reported from N12 News out of Israel right now. We're also seeing as well that apparently GPS jamming has just started inside of Iran. That appears to have just begun 4 minutes ago. Heavy GPS jamming is also a sign that some sort of response could be imminent, because of course that's the first step to making sure that Iran really can't make much targeting information out of their missile systems by this GPS jamming. So we're also getting word as well that apparently Israel's Ministry of Health is preparing to transfer all hospitals to protected areas and underground complexes. And we're also getting another report that's kind of interesting that apparently a civilian aircraft might have crashed in Iraq from the looks of it, in the desert, in the western desert of Iraq. Not totally sure about that. We can't really confirm that, but I'm not sure if they're talking about like an airliner or they're talking about like a smaller aircraft, but they're saying an aircraft has crashed inside of Iraq. What do you make of that?
I don't know. We don't have anything on ADS-B transponder to show an aircraft that's gone down in that area. I mean, we have the two commercial aircraft at pretty high altitudes and at pretty decent rates of speed right now in southern Iraq, but I don't know of any commercial aircraft or any aircraft for that matter that have crashed in southern Iraq. We haven't really seen that at the moment yet, but we actually do have, speaking of which, actually appears that both of these aircraft that are inside of Iraqi airspace are being watched by tens of thousands of people right now on flight radar because they're trying to see what they're going to be doing. And it also appears that a decent amount of people are watching the aerial tankers that the United States has up at the moment. And to give you all a bit of a military view of the area, this is what it currently looks like. Notice that most of the ADS-B transponders are now being actively turned off. The aircraft are in the air. We have been able to confirm that there's a lot of tankers in the air right now, but there are almost none of them with active transponders on. This one appears to be spoofed inside of Israel. This one actively does have its transponder on, and this is one of the ones we actually covered earlier that had taken off from Israel that we had seen at the very beginning of our show, and it's now made it into the Persian Gulf with its transponder still active. We can also see a U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidon conducting some form of patrols from its airfield in Djibouti, and we can also see that another tanker has come back on the transponder over Saudi Arabia, which is once again showing and confirming right now that there are a load of tankers that did take off from Israel that are over the Middle East, but their transponders are largely off or they're not squawking any data at the moment. We actually have more breaking news coming out even right now. So what do we got?
So we just learned that in addition to Syria closing, or excuse me, in addition to Iraq closing its airspace, also Iran's closed its western airspace. We've heard now that Syria has just closed its southern airspace that's closest to Israel as well. So that just took place right now. Southern Syria's airspace is closed as of right this second. So the airspace is closing all over the Middle East right now. It's happening all over the place, which also tends to line up with an imminent response as well, in addition to hearing about the GPS jamming starting as well inside of Iran. So that's pretty big news right there. We've also heard that the Iranian Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei has apparently made a Twitter post from the closet. He said, "The shaky Zionist regime's breath has run out." That's from Mujtaba, the leader who has not been seen in public literally since he's taken office. So he's making some very strong posts from the closet. Maybe sooner or later he'll come out and maybe give a public statement, but right now we have not seen that. But Enforcer, what say you?
It does appear that at the moment we are getting an idea that Mujtaba Khamenei is trying to be fruity with the Israelis. He is saying that their shaky breath has run out. I don't know if that's going to be the case. We don't know what the Israeli response is going to be looking like at the moment, but I'd have to say, folks, that it'd be rather odd, rather peculiar even, if the Israelis didn't respond at this point. But the president, by the way, folks, the president is adamant that the Americans will be taken as a strong force within the region. He is calling the Israelis, burning down the phone line to try and get them to not bomb Iran. So it looks at the moment that the U.S. is working as hard as it can to de-escalate the matter by just letting the Iranians punch everyone that they want and us doing nothing in response. Sounds to me like the foreign policy of the last administration in the Middle East, which wasn't really that good for that matter either. But still, that's what we're seeing at the moment. The Syrian airspace getting closed, we generally could confirm that earlier. It just looks like we're finally getting the official announcement of that now. But while we're saying that, a British Air Force aircraft, a KC-2 Voyager, has actually taken off from RAF Akrotiri and is now flying into northern Syria, which might be showing that there's now a British air mission also underway as well to be involved in any air defenses over the Kingdom of Jordan or any other British-aligned allies within the region which Britain has defensive commitments with. We can also see as well that some other countries that appear to have their airspace closed are obviously Lebanon, and also appears that most of northern Israel's airspace has also been closed as well, although we do not have official reports for that, at least at the moment. So that appears to be all of the information that we're getting, at least right now, and hopefully we'll be getting some more information soon. At the moment, we're generally waiting for what we're expecting to be the Israeli counterattack that will be conducted against Iran, because it appears that the first 4 missile barrages by Iran have ceased, and now it's largely within Israel's court to respond to the Iranians at some point, or to get on the phone with the President of the United States and listen to whatever he has to say, which is probably going to be something nuts. But outside of that, we are still on standby right now for further news. Do we have anything else coming out?
So we do have some more details about the Syrian airspace closure right now. We're apparently hearing it's a little bit more serious than we thought. Syria has closed their airspace. Excuse me, goodness, I'm losing breath there myself. But Syria says it's closed its airspace for 12 hours in the southern region of its country, and they also say it suspended operations at Damascus airport, which inside of Syria is a pretty big deal to close the Damascus airport. So it appears to be that is the case as of right now. So we're also hearing as well another statement has just come out from Iran. They say a senior Iranian source tells Reuters that all U.S. bases in the region will be considered legitimate targets if Israel attacks Iran. So Iran's trying to stop any type of retaliation. And also, it sounds like the U.S. is trying to stop Israel from retaliating as well, if the reports are accurate. So that's pretty big. Oh, also, another big news right here, actually. We have one other big story. Apparently, Iran's Red Crescent has just placed all operational forces nationwide inside of Iran on full highest state of alert. They're mobilizing over 110,000 rescuers in anticipation of possible enemy attacks. So that happened literally just at this very minute right now. So, Enforcer, what do you make of those three major headlines right there?
I would say that it's definitely showing us that the situation is probably going to be continuing for some time, and most countries are probably expecting it to, because, you know, as anybody would know, folks, with any reasonable mind, a sane mind, the Iranians attacking Israel is restarting the entire conflict all over again. I mean, there's no other way that that could be looked at. And it also appears that the Iranian Red Crescent is now getting ready for the Israelis to start dropping bombs on anything everywhere. And we generally do know, you know, not to say this with any sort of a bias here, but the Israelis seem to not really care too much about civilian collateral. So there's probably a decent reason for them to start mobilizing the Red Crescent throughout Iran, because there's always the high possibility of civilian collateral, or as we would say, civilians getting wiped out in the thousands whenever the Israeli airstrikes start coming back around. So we'll have to watch it and see what goes on inside of Iran here soon. But it does sound to me like the Iranians are trying to get all of their medical personnel and humanitarian personnel ready to go, because it's about to start getting pretty nasty here really soon.
Yeah, I think that's pretty predictable right there, because Israel is not the type of country, definitely not, to sit back and let their country get attacked and then not do anything about it. That would be highly uncharacteristic of Israel. In fact, I would be blown away if they didn't respond. So I don't think there's pretty much anything that the U.S. is going to be able to do to stop that. Also, by the way, I'll be curious to see if Israel defies the United States, how bad is the rift going to get between the Israeli leadership and the U.S. leadership? Because we've already heard, and we went over this earlier, that there's some very high tensions right now between those two governments right now, and it could end up testing that alliance pretty strongly, which would be the first time in probably decades that's really been tested to that degree. So we'll have to see, though. But I'm pretty certain that an Israeli response is coming. I'm pretty certain about that.
Yeah, I would have to say there's definitely going to be a response, definitely coming around here very soon. There's no way that that won't be the case. And I think that even if the U.S. gets on the phone somehow before this happens, the Israelis are not going to listen to this. They don't ever listen to anything along these lines, and they have to give some form of a response. So a response is going to be given.
Yeah, I would say so.
I would definitely agree. Yes, indeed, indeed. But outside of that, we are still waiting for further information to come out at the moment. We do understand, folks, that the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted a significant rocket attack and missile attack against northern Israel just a short while ago. There were 4 waves of attacks, and it does appear that there were a couple of impacts in northern Israel. We're not entirely sure if those were on civilian areas or military installations, and casualty reports have not come out at the moment that we're seeing of. We've also been able to additionally hear that there are significant missile barrages going at least over the entirety of the Middle East is the best way to explain it, which is shut down most of the airspace within Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, and northern Israel. And we're also hearing that the Israelis are vowing that there will be a response. And in the meantime, the President of the United States is trying to pretend like the whole thing didn't happen. It's no big deal. And he's trying to call up the Israelis and ask them not to respond to what clearly is a big deal and a violation of the ceasefire and a complete act of war that's happened once over again. And all of this happened, just to explain this as to why this all started to unfold, all of this happened because the Israelis bombed Dahia this morning, which the Iranians had warned over and over again that if the Israelis bombed Dahia in Lebanon, they were going to strike at Israel, and then the Israelis went and bombed Dahia, and then the Iranians struck at Israel. So that's what we have at the moment as a general summary of the course of events. But we actually have more news coming out even right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so we do have some more alleged statements from the president of the United States right now. This is according to Barack Ravid, who I believe is a reporter with Axios. So take that as you will. But it's coming from Barack allegedly. He said, more quotes from my phone call with President Trump. He said, the Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully, Israel is not going to retaliate. If Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or like the last 3,000 years. And allegedly said each of them had their fun. Israel had its strike and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one. So it's remarkable how this is being tamped down. Like, this is obviously, to use the word fun, that's a bit of a strange thing to use in this context. People could have easily gotten killed here. So that's kind of interesting. But so I'll say this, folks. Like, the whole idea of bringing peace to the Middle East is absurd because there's too many factions in the Middle East to simply get that situation under control this quickly. It's impossible. There's been so many people that have attempted to get peace in the Middle East. It is just it's like it's a futile effort. Like, you can try to mitigate it to a certain degree, but I mean, you got too many conflicting interests. You have, of course, the Islamic folks are there. You have the Jewish folks there, Christian folks. There's too many different competing interests to simply say, let's flip a switch and have peace. So the president, his goal there is not going to happen. That's just simply not feasible. So I'm just not totally sure what the thought process is. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I don't even know what to make of this kind of stuff at this point, folks. The statements from the president are literally just straight up like insane. Like, it's like I don't even know what world he's living in anymore, because how in the world can we look at the Middle East and what's been going on, and the fact that the Iranians have been attacking the U.S. during the whole ceasefire and everyone else during the whole ceasefire, and now they're back to directly attacking Israel, and Israel went out of its way to violate an Iranian red line and bomb Dahya against their wishes. How in the hell do we work with those two sides and ever end up achieving any meaningful peace? There's no way. The Israelis don't want it. The Iranians don't want it. What are we supposed to do? And for some reason, the president keeps acting like, no, if we just stop everyone from blowing each other up, which they keep doing against their wishes, then everything will be fine. It's like, no, it won't. It's like they'll keep blowing each other up against your wishes because they don't give a shit what you think. And it's pretty obvious. And it's also, on top of that, pretty clear at this point that with the course of action that we're trying to take of mediating the two sides, which are bloodlusted and wanting to kill each other on both sides in perpetuity, that we're never going to achieve anything. One side has to win over in the Middle East over the other. That's the only way that it can go. And trying to mediate the two sides that want each other dead and want to destroy each other completely isn't really amounting to much of anything, and the ceasefire has proven to be completely pointless over the past 2 months that we've been trying it. So why don't we just, finish the war we started against the Iranians, break the blockade in the Hormuz, and end up winning the conflict, so that way we can actually see that the region finally enters some relative state of peace because everyone's aligned with the U.S. side, and then we leave.
Yeah, we could do that, possibly. But also, we are seeing statement after statement coming out of the Israeli government right now. There's a lot of pressure being put on Netanyahu right now to respond very forcefully to Iran. We're seeing that Israel's, apparently, some official here, I'm not really sure which official this is, but it's an Israeli official, is saying, Iran regime, your time is up. This is your end. We're also seeing the Israeli Ministry of Culture and Sports has just stated this. Israel must strike forcefully in Iran. And as they said today in the government meeting, the days of conspiracy are over and we must move from defense to offense. That comes after statements from other Israeli officials that are a little bit higher up in the ranks, also saying that tonight Tehran will burn. So even if Netanyahu wants to abide by what the U.S. president is demanding, which is apparently not to retaliate, there is so much governmental pressure on Netanyahu, he might not have a choice, because otherwise he could become extremely unpopular, even with the top Israeli officials that are in the country. So it sounds to me like it's got to happen at this point. That's what it sounds like.
It does sound to me like it is definitely going to happen. I mean, literally everybody in Israel wants it to happen. Everybody in Iran is hoping that it will happen. I mean, both sides are just like betting and like basically fiending at this point to get back into the conflict. The only people who don't are the United States, and that's why we're actively getting screwed over because of the Strait of Hormuz blockade. So it's coming. I mean, like, at this point, there's no way that it cannot be coming, because the Israelis have to respond to this. There's no way that they can. This would be like the United States not responding to Pearl Harbor or 9/11 and just going, oh, well, things like that happen from time to time. Not that that many people have died in northern Israel in this attack, but at the same time, an attack was conducted on a nation state's soil. they have to conduct a counter response to that, because there's no way you can't and then act like you're still a strong and a feared country that people shouldn't mess with. So I think there's definitely going to be a response coming around the corner. But we'll be waiting to see when that response is, because right now we haven't seen it just yet, and we're still waiting to see if it's going to be coming around inevitably at this point. A lot of people are in the polls right now on this channel and talking about what the Israelis are going to do and whether the Israelis are going to strike Iran despite the U.S. pressure that's currently being attempted in the background. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so that is the question. Will Israel respond to Iran despite U.S. pressure? It looks like 89% of the audience said yes, Israel will respond, while only 11% said no. So I would say I'm definitely with the 90% at this point. Israel is going to respond. I'm pretty confident about that. If somehow the U.S. is able to force Israel not to respond to the situation, I will be shocked, very much shocked in that case, because that means that the United States somehow has the power to stop a sovereign country from launching attacks after they literally just got attacked by Iranian ballistic missiles. So I'll be very fascinated to see here what happens, but I'm pretty confident that a response is imminent. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm very confident a response is going to be imminent. I'm not sure if it's going to be here soon in the here and now, or whether it's going to be tomorrow or during the middle of the night tonight. But there's definitely going to be a response coming. There's already been some explosions reported at Tabriz and Isfahan, so there's a pretty decent argument to be made that some sort of a small response has already been made right now, and they're just preparing for a larger response coming around the corner. But I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's minds right now, folks, that the Israelis are going to be making a response, because there's no way that they can, regardless of what the hell the United States is trying to argue, which is an absolutely insane position. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and with that, we are still waiting for more breaking news to be coming out at this moment on the situation. But to give you all a little bit of a recap of everything that's happened today, and where we're at right now, earlier in the morning, the Israelis bombed Beirut, which the Iranians stated for weeks that if the Israelis bombed Beirut, the war was going to be starting over entirely again, and they were going to start bombarding Israel. And it actually does appear that at the moment, sorry, correction, everyone, I thought I was actually getting some information from Matthew. But outside of that, getting back to the summary, the Israelis then bombed Dahia, which the Iranians stated that they didn't want them to do, and then Iran started to fire significant missile barrages back at the state of Israel. There were about 4 missile barrages that were conducted, almost all of them in northern Israel, against a specific airbase from what we're largely seeing, and the Israelis are now vowing that they are going to be retaliating. The U.S. is wanting to try and stop the retaliations and is saying that they're very close to making a deal with the Iranians, and so they don't want the Israelis to counterattack, although we don't believe that there's any deal coming around anytime soon, because they've been saying that a deal's hours away for months, and there's been no deal ever made over those multiple hours aways that we've gone through several hundred times over the past 2 months. So that generally is the situation that we're dealing with within the Middle East right now. And we're still waiting to see what the Israelis are going to be doing, and we're also waiting to see what's going to be coming out of the U.S.-Israel phone call, which is also apparently being conducted right now at this very moment. So we'll hopefully be getting some more information out of those sides of things, but certainly a very interesting situation to watch unfolding. Also, by the way, I see a lot of people talking about, well, when did this really start? Like, well, who in the world's to blame? Because Hezbollah fired a rocket attack on Israel last night, and they did, but if we trace this all the way back, you can go all the way back to October 7th of 2023, and then you can go from there all the way back to 1979, and so on and so forth. You can go back until the end of time. But basically, what started the actions today is that Israel bombed Dahia, and that's what led to the Iranian missile attack directly. So with that, we actually have more news coming out. So what do we got?
Okay, so we do have some more news right now. This is a statement from the IDF spokesman. They said that currently the chief of staff of the Israeli military is conducting an assessment and approving plans for the future following Iran's ballistic missile attack on Israel. And they said, quote unquote, the Iranian terror regime made a grave mistake. So we're even hearing the official spokesman also saying it's a grave mistake, meaning that there's likely retaliation coming very soon. We're also hearing as well that the IDF is currently preparing and bracing for the possibility of additional incoming fire from Iran. So it appears to be they're expecting that Iran could launch another preemptive strike before Israel mounts its strikes on Iran. So it does appear to be ramping up still. So Right now, the big question is the United States going to exert so much pressure on Israel to not retaliate that somehow that talks them out of it, which we've said here, and about 90% of the audience agrees that they will not be talked out of it. So that is the big question right now. But that appears to be the breaking news. We're still seeing a whole bunch of airspace shut down in the Middle East as of this moment, if I can get that out properly. But we are seeing the airspace still closed. So we are looking for more breaking news. But for right now, it appears to be a momentary lull in the reports.
And so we'll be waiting to see if we can get any more interesting reports coming out of here soon. But in the meantime, folks, I do have to make it clear because I see a lot of people kind of running rampant in the chat right now. The channel doesn't get into religion or politics. Your religious opinions are for yourself. They're not for the entirety of the world to know. And generally, we enforce that pretty strictly here on the channel, that we do not do religion or politics, and we're not going to be getting involved in some holy crusade or a jihad in the live chat because of random people. So if we continue to see religious comments, they're going to get banned, just to make that clear. Religious comment of any type supporting or denouncing any particular religions of any type are not allowed by the rules on the channel. It's just not what we cover. We don't get involved in that stuff. But moving us on out of that bit of news that we have at the moment right now, we are still waiting for further information to come on out of the Middle East. In the meantime, there is a major Ukrainian drone attack that is being conducted within the territory of the Russian Federation, and drone alerts have been sounded over Sevastopol and other regions, but we're generally still going to be saving that news coverage for a little bit later on, once we make sure that this situation is either dying down or that it's well ramping up and we're able to cover whatever happens after it ramps up. So we'll be waiting to see whatever kind of information we get, but in the meantime, we are still waiting, and hopefully we'll be getting more. So since we have nothing to report on right now, we are going to be taking a brief moment to get to talk to a couple of y'all in the chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chats here while we're waiting on more breaking news to happen. Our first one goes to Don D, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Don, for that 50. And he said, long live the enforcers and LSA.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support, and thank you for enjoying the channel and helping us to keep this thing running, Don D, because you're helping to make this news coverage possible, because it is ad-free and sponsor-free, and we cover this news every single day religiously. So I gotta say, humongous thanks to you so much once again. I gotta say, we're entirely honored to know that a lot of people are here with us right now and enjoying the news from the channel, and I hope that our coverage has been pretty good. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Game Theory, and thank you very much, Game Theory, for the 50. And we also appreciate that very, very much. They said, thanks, guys, and this is going to be a long night for you two, and 50 for the Coffee and Costco Chicken Fund.
I would have to agree. It's definitely going to be a long night, it seems, or a long day, really, because it's still daylight here in Mountain Time. It's 2:35 here. So I got to say, it was one hell of a way to wake up. Like, I woke up, I didn't make a video today, folks, because it's like, there's not enough news to make a video. And then all the news came out right when the video was supposed to come out, which is kind of coincidental, you know? I think that's actually, like, kind of crazy. But still, a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for the Coffee and Costco Chicken Fund to help make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and also, by the way, we are getting some more information here apparently breaking out. It looks like there is now aerial activity confirmed over Tehran. We have an image of that from a live camera appearing to show it. It looks like there's some sort of maybe an aircraft in the sky or something over Tehran. It could be maybe an Iranian fighter jet that we could be seeing here in this image. But I don't know what to really make of that. But we did hear reports of air defense fire going off in the capital city of Tehran. So maybe it's an enemy drone, possibly. I'm not sure what to make of it.
It's probably likely Iranian Air Force aircraft, because there's been a lot of jet activity over Tehran and Karaj for the past week, and all of it's been Iranian Air Force related, so I would say that's probably another Iranian Air Force patrol, especially considering if they think that there is a retaliatory attack coming from Israel, they're going to have their aircraft in the air because that's the safest place they could be, and at least then they could be used to some extent to possibly try and stop whatever attacks are coming.
Maybe so, possibly. Also, sadly, I see some people saying, can you zoom in? There's really nothing to zoom in on for the most part. This is a very low resolution camera. So it's basically just a pixel of light at the very top corner of this live camera right here. So really not much to see. I'm surprised we have a camera view at all inside of Tehran. I'm surprised by that. I consider that they literally just turned the internet back on. I'm seeing a lot of people say maybe it's the orb of judgment. I don't think there's any judgment that's arrived yet. It could be about to arrive, but I doubt that that's the orb. I doubt it is. So I think we're in the clear, or at least the Iranians are in the clear when it comes to that. But right now, though, that is still all of our breaking news. I did hear apparently in Munich, Germany, there's something happening at the airport there, but that's a bit of a side story. It's like some smoke at the control tower or something possibly, but that's not too big of a deal. Well, if there's something major that happens on that, we'll return back to it, but it appears to be largely nothing. So that is our breaking news as of right this minute.
And so, we will be still waiting for further breaking news to be coming out here in the midst of our news coverage. But I gotta say, well, one hell of an interesting sequence of events that we've seen so far. I gotta say, folks, the last thing I expected from the U.S., and they always leave me surprised these days, is that they were going to say that this wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, I thought in the back of my head that it could be a slight possibility. I didn't think they were legitimately going to say that, though. Like, that's insane to me that that would even be said at this point. Like, at this point, folks, I think that Iran could develop a nuke, fling that thing at, like, Tel Aviv or Riyadh, and we would probably still have the same statement. Okay, they had their fun. The deal is hours away. It's like, this is insane. I just can't believe this stuff. Like, knowing how this whole thing's gone, folks, I think at this point, that if I had known that this is how poorly the whole thing would be handled, I would have actually been against starting the war if I had known that the planning and the mind process and the thoughts from the president were this poor, and when actually being given a crisis scenario or a war to get through, I would have just said, let's just avoid this whole thing together. It might just be better to let Iran get a nuclear weapon than to get us involved in this shit show that we're involved in at this point. We can't leave, but we're also not willing to finish it, so we're just stuck in limbo land of insanity, and it's going absolutely nowhere. But anyways,
the crazy part is they're saying that the whole thing that started Iran launching missiles at Israel today was that Israel launched an attack into Beirut. But here's the catch, though. Hezbollah refused to agree to a ceasefire. Israel was responding to U.S. pressure and trying to negotiate to come to a ceasefire. And Hezbollah said, nah, we really don't want a ceasefire. And then they started launching nonstop rocket attacks on northern Israel. So Israel largely didn't respond to it very much. They largely just let it go, probably at the U.S. request, to keep the negotiations alive for whatever it's worth. But now Israel launched the attacks on Hezbollah in the suburbs of Beirut, responding to those rocket attacks. Then Iran launches ballistics at Israel, and now the U.S. is saying, let's get back to the table. But the problem is, though, the people that were attacking, which is the Iranian proxy, which is Hezbollah, they weren't even coming to the table. And that was the thing that was attacking Israel directly, was Hezbollah. So there was really no talks to end it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nuts sort of a position to watch. And then on top of that, we've negotiated, what is it, like 6 different ceasefires at this point over the past 2 months. Every single one of them gets broken. And it's not always by the Iranian side. I mean, the Israelis broke 2 of the ceasefires that were made with Hezbollah on their own. I mean, there was literally no reason for them to do it. It's just that they said, we're going to enforce the ceasefire on our own time, or, they're looking kind of a little scary up there, so we bombed them and broke the ceasefire. And then they got Hezbollah firing rockets, and then they'd agree to another ceasefire, and then Hezbollah would keep firing rockets because they'd say that, the evil Zionists must pay, and then the Israelis would start bombing them again. And then in the midst of that all, the Iranians have a quote-unquote ceasefire between them and Israel and the United States, but then Iran is breaking that every day of the week by blowing up more commercial ships or trying to attack U.S. forces, and then we have to fire back defensively, and then because we fire back defensively, they start larger attacks on the Gulf states, which we don't respond to at all. We just let them attack the Gulf states and just watch what happens, and then they also are attacking U.S. forces as well. And it's just this absolute shit show. Like it's unbelievable. Like, you would just think that at some point, I feel like someone who has like a working brain with some sense would say, if they were in the position that a hypothetical president of the United States would be in right now, this whole thing is going nowhere, and this whole attempt at making a peace deal is becoming absolutely stupid. Maybe we ought to just restart the conflict and see how that goes. That's what I would be thinking at this point.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, outside, putting aside all my frustration with the confusion that's coming out of the United States, I'm legitimately at a loss trying to figure out what the U.S. is trying to achieve here, because we know this for a fact. The U.S. wants to tamp down the tensions between Iran and Israel, and they don't want the war to restart in its entirety under any circumstance. That's very clear at this point. The U.S. does not want the war to restart, even if Iran attacks the U.S. forces or the Israelis. They still want to say, just forget it and don't start anything. Just sit down and be quiet to the Israelis. But I don't understand why that is, because it's like, what advantage does it give the United States to simply sit back and not take action? Because, like we've said many times before, we're still in very foul shape as the United States. The Strait of Hormuz is still not open. Iran still possesses their missiles. They also are still allegedly working toward a nuke, and now they have all the justification to work toward it because they've been attacked by the United States. So I don't understand why the U.S. is so desperately trying to protect this very fragile ceasefire, which really is no longer a ceasefire. It's more of like a unilateral, cessation of hostilities by the United States. I don't even understand what it could be as the end goal. I don't even get it.
I don't even know either. Like, I have absolutely no clue at all what the end goal is at this point. And also, I see some people in the chat saying some stuff. Everyone always has a comment to say. I'm going to address a couple of them. Someone said, "Well, no, actually, Hezbollah is entirely to blame for this whole thing because Israel's done absolutely nothing to try and escalate or stoke the flames of this whole situation." I don't know where some people have been living to where they say that Iran or Israel is entirely at fault for the whole thing and the other side is faultless, because we have to cover this as a job. Like, thanks to the amazing folks who support this channel, we have to cover this thing as a job every day. So we pay attention to everything. We don't watch like a TikTok headline and that's our only exposure for the day, like some people who, come in and argue that it's one thing or the other. We are watching the situation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've watched the Israelis, because they're trying to stop the criminal prosecution of Netanyahu, twice go out of their way to bomb Hezbollah when nothing was going on, so that way they could say, the Hezbollah looked kind of threatening, and although there is a ceasefire in place, they're looking like they're about to attack us, so we're going to bomb them right now to stop them from attacking us, and then that would break the ceasefire. Or then both sides would agree to another ceasefire again, and then Hezbollah would keep firing at Israel because they say we don't trust them and they're evil Zionists and whatnot, and then they would break the ceasefire. I mean, both sides, both Hezbollah and Israel, have broken the ceasefires between the two of them, like the 4 of them that have been done at this point, about equal odds. I mean, it's almost 2 times that Israel broke it, 2 times that Hezbollah broke it. That's just how it's been going. And then the Iranian ceasefire has been completely pointless because they've never stopped shooting once. They've cut down the amount that they're shooting, but they're still shooting, and that's not a ceasefire. So we're just dealing with this absolute stupid scenario at this point that keeps going on, to where Israel does not want a ceasefire. Israel wants to keep fighting everyone in the region until the end of time. Iran wants to keep fighting Israel and also support its proxies to keep fighting Israel until the end of time. So these both sides are absolutely adamant on wanting a war, and now we're stuck in the middle trying to act like both sides really don't want a war and there's a way to stop them from warring when that's all they want. It's like, in that kind of a position, especially considering that we have our own interest involved in the region with the blockade and the Strait of Hormuz, I think it's pretty clear and obvious to me that war is the only option that we have because of our strategic position, and also the fact that trying to mediate and end the conflict isn't really working either. So we might as well just push the war to some sense to where we get a success or a victory out of it, instead of continuously pretending like anything's going to come out of a negotiated settlement when there is no chance in hell that that ever will happen.
Yeah, I would say so. So I put up a poll to ask people about that because I'm genuinely at a loss to really understand why the U.S. is so desperate to prevent the war. Like, even with the options on the poll, I still don't truly understand why they're so desperate to prevent it. Even under these circumstances where Iran is clearly attacking our allies in the region. So we'll see what people say on the poll. But in the meantime, though, we are hearing that apparently inside of District 18 in Tehran, Iran, we're getting new reports of jet activity over the skies there. And remember, we did hear explosions in Tehran. Apparently, it was some enemy drones that were shot down, maybe surveillance aircraft that were apparently shot down over Tehran from the looks of it. So right now, it feels like the calm before the storm. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like we have a momentary reprieve from the activities, but I would not expect that to hold up for too long. So we'll have to see.
And we'll definitely have to see. Right now, we are seeing a little bit of quiet, and maybe the calm before the whole storm is about to break out, or this is somehow the end of the whole thing again, which is going to be insane if it is, because then that means that anything can happen in the Middle East, and there's just never going to be a restarting of the conflict. Like, Iran could nuke someone at this point, and nothing would even happen. So we'll see. We'll see eventually. But I see a lot of people talking about the whole deal of where this all started and yada yada. A million people have a million different opinions on it. But the thing that I'm trying to say, folks, is with what we were saying just a minute ago, if it's clear that we can't get a peace with Iran because they're not willing to negotiate in good faith, and the Israeli government is bloodlusted and wanting to blow up everybody in the region. I mean, we kind of have our decision kind of set in stone for us, because if the Israelis are on our side, which they are, they're never going to let a peace deal come into being. And a peace deal with Iran right now would be very disadvantageous for the United States, because we're going to have to either agree to their maximalist demands or we're not getting a deal. And they've made that clear for the past 2 months. So with that in mind, the only option we have is to continue the war, conclude the thing successfully, either with the overthrowing of the Islamic regime or at least at a minimum the breaking of the blockade in the Hormuz, and then end the conflict there. Otherwise, we're never going to see an end to this thing, and we're only going to keep getting in a worse position with each passing month. Now we finally have some breaking news coming out. So what do we got?
Okay, so we have gotten visual confirmation on a video showing that an Iranian ballistic missile did make impact in northern Israel. So the statement earlier from the IDF claiming they shot everything down was apparently false, because we did see a video showing a fire on the ground in northern Israel, and this appears to be the moment of impact that we're seeing right here on the video.
And here is the clip. And there's the impact.
Whoa.
Oh.
Thankfully, it didn't hit anything important from the looks of it. I think it just hit that fuel that we saw earlier.
Yeah, it looks like it did. Well, actually, we don't know. It was over a hill. Not entirely sure on that. Like, now that I'm thinking about that, I'm like, that airbase could be over this hill. Like, we just don't really know for certain. So we'll have to also, by the way, folks, Israel has some very significant restrictions on press. If there was a hit on the airbase inside of this area, the Ramat David Air Force Base, we're probably not going to hear about that until satellite photography comes out to show it. So that might be in a day or two, or it might be a couple of days out farther than that. We're just not really sure. But that looks to be what we might be seeing right now, or this might have been a hit closer to Haifa, but there are definitely a couple of missile impacts in northern Israel. That's for sure. So it looks like the IDF claim that they shot everything down is not true. Some things did make it through.
Also, we got some more information here. I'll address this first one before I get to the other story. We've gotten some closure on what happened to that aircraft that crashed in Iraq. But we'll get to that in just a second, though. It turned out not to be a very big story, but we'll get to it in a second. But first of all, we are hearing that a senior Iranian official has stated this. He said, "We keep saying that the ceasefire must include all fronts in the region, especially Lebanon, and this is a condition that we will not give up on." And I want to point out the paradox with that. Like we said before, Hezbollah is not willing to agree to a ceasefire, and they keep launching rocket attacks on northern Israel. But yet, at the same time, Iran is demanding that Israel cannot attack Hezbollah while Hezbollah keeps launching rocket attacks on Israel. So that is clearly an impossible situation right there. So that pretty much brings the talks on that front to an end to the large degree. That literally doesn't even make any sense coming from the Iranians. But Enforcer, before we get into our next story, what do you make of that?
I'd have to say it's just stupidity as usual as we see. So what is our next story?
So our next one is about that alleged airplane crash that has taken place inside of Iraq. It looks like it was a UAV, possibly an Israeli Hermes drone that crashed in the Karbala government of central Iraq. It was allegedly down by a shoulder-fired missile from the looks of it. So we can see here it appears to be some pretty large wreckage from allegedly an Israeli large drone.
And we see here the burning blaze on the ground.
What is this guy doing? Trying to like jump around and see if he can fall in the fire?
I think he's trying to see if there's something to salvage. Like this guy's looking around like he's looking for some copper wiring. He's got like an objective here.
And also, by the way, it's like, what's Iraq doing shooting down Israeli drones like with shoulder-fired man pads? It's like, what are they doing?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Also really quickly, I saw a comment that really like tickled my fancy here. Someone just said in the chat, folks, and I got to address this one clearly, that because I said that the Israelis spoke misinformation about them shooting down all of the missiles because they clearly didn't, and we have proof to show otherwise, that we're trying to perpetuate some sort of an anti-Semitic notion of the lying Jews. If a military makes a statement, just to make this really clear, because this is how it works for everybody, all right? So the Israelis get no exception. if a military makes a statement and it ends up being untrue, we have a duty on air to declare that the statement is false. We have done that on CENTCOM endlessly, and nobody says that we're trying to push an anti-American agenda by saying that. We've pointed out how many times the IRGC has lied. We've pointed out how many times Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis have lied as well. And Israel gets no sparing or exception because they're Israel. We don't give Israel special privileges on the channel. Israel is treated like every other country. If they put out a false statement and they lie, it's going to be reported as a lie. And I don't know how in the world that can be taken as anti-Semitic when we have that same rule for everybody on the channel. So that's going to be the 2 cents that I have on that. I don't know why in the hell that would even be construed that way. And generally, it makes me feel like I have more of a need to declare when the Israelis put out misinformation, considering that for some reason some people act like pointing that out is now apparently wrong when we do that on every military group that we cover. So moving us on out of that news within southern Iraq, it does appear that the honestly, man, I think that's kind of showing that the Iraqis are not working with the Israelis because they're shooting down an Israeli drone with a manpad. Looks like the Iraqis are finally trying to deny their airspace for the Israelis to some extent, probably because of the fact that they set up those air bases in western Iraq without any Iraqi governmental permission.
Maybe so, possibly. But also, we do have some more information right now that's just come out. Apparently, allegedly, the U.S. president and Netanyahu are currently on the phone right now. I don't have any anecdotal statements to report about how it's going or if the tone is bad or not. We don't know that whatsoever. So we'll have to find out what they're saying on the phone a little bit later on. But we are hearing that apparently after this phone call, Netanyahu, the defense minister Katz, and Israel's security leadership are set to hold an emergency discussion on Iran in the coming hour. So I assume they'll be deciding what their response is going to be at that meeting. We're also hearing as well from the IDF spokesman that they're saying this. They said, "We struck Hezbollah in Beirut in response to nonstop strikes on northern Israel," which is also what I just went over a minute ago about that was the whole paradox of that situation, is Hezbollah will not agree to a ceasefire and they keep launching attacks on Israel, and Israel simply responded to it by launching attacks in Beirut. So that clearly, I mean, it's pretty obvious what the Iranians are trying to do here. They're trying to force Israel to attack in Beirut, so that way they have an excuse to launch more missiles at Israel. That's what they're trying to do here. So it's pretty obvious. That's why you're not going to have peace, because clearly the Iranians are trying to set up the Israelis to a large degree, which they've done. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would definitely agree with that. And at this moment, I think, folks, we're just waiting for what is going to be happening next. Are the Iranians going to continue more attacks against Israel? It doesn't seem likely, at least at the moment. And are the Israelis going to attack Iran? That seems highly likely. We just don't know when that's going to start. So in the meantime, while we wait for more news to come out on the situation here in the Middle East, I think we actually have enough of a breathing room at the moment to cover some of the more important points that we have heard of up in Ukraine, just to give you all a little bit of an update on that today, considering that this is going to be the only show of the day for the most part. And to explain quickly why, this show is definitely going to be running into prep time that's used to set up the nightly stream that we have scheduled every single day at 10 p.m. Eastern time, 6 days a week except for Mondays. And so for that reason, we're going to be having to cover all of the news that we have from around the world kind of a little bit to be able to show you all what's going on elsewhere in the middle of this breaking news stream. So getting us on up here really quickly to talk about what we have seen in this area, the Russians appear to be talking about the carnage that's now appearing on the front within the south because of the lack of supplies. According to some Russian military bloggers who have spoken about the situation in the southern front, there's a complete mess of corpses right now. And even without the corpses, I can somehow secretly film the road we're taking people along. It's a complete mess there. Recently, a political officer's clerk was taken to a combat position for a mistake. He sat down and started crying because of the number of corpses. Activity is increasing every day. Evacuation teams don't even know how to get out the corpses and wounded, but I'm totally in shock about the last one. We, like our Supreme one, will beat someone so hard they'll freak out. Bottom line, cars are burning near Seladovo. They simply can't get into Seladovo. Euro trucks are burning on the D-Day road. Drones are flying around Donetsk and searching for soldiers, and we're just effing losers. I saw in Seladovo how a wing flies in, an FPV separates from it, and at that moment our FPV catches up to it in the rear. The war is getting worse and worse with each passing 6 months. So the report is now becoming desperate from the southern front. They're even saying that the bodies are piling up faster than they can even evacuate them, and they're really running out of ways to even remove the dead and wounded from the front line, meaning that the dead and wounded are generally stuck there where they were shot down down on the field. We also have been able to additionally see that the Ukrainian armed forces have been attacking the bridges around the area of the Chandhar Gap, which we were able to see right here. The Chandhar Gap is a small bridge that enters a bottleneck in the northern part of the Crimean Peninsula, but it is an incredibly important road and railroad access point within this region, which you can see right here on the M18 highway. This bridge has been hit in prior times, but has generally been left alone for a significant period, but it now appears that the Ukrainians are trying to sever the Crimean Peninsula physically from the rest of the land bridge by striking the Chandhar Gap Bridge and knocking it out. We've also been able to hear that there have been alleged attacks on the Kerch Bridge overnight, according to some Russian military bloggers, as they stated that last morning the enemy attempted to launch a missile, an R-360 Neptune anti-ship missile at the Crimean Bridge. The Russian air defense forces coped, and the Crimean Bridge is still intact. So I don't know what they mean by the Russian air defense forces coped, but it sounds like, according to the Russian military bloggers, there was an attempted attack on the Kerch Bridge overnight. Meanwhile, in the midst of the Crimean Peninsula, we've also been able to hear from other bloggers that there is a very bad situation evolving with medical supplies. Our volunteers in one of the regions, where there is currently a problem with fuel, needs diesel and gasoline for the delivery and transportation of our medical supplies. At the moment, there is no possibility to deliver them due to the above reason. Whoever can help, we will be very grateful, and we're ready to buy them. And then they said to write to Sovanite Healer to be able to try and help out. So, from what we're understanding, medical supplies and the distribution of medicines are also grinding to a complete halt in Sevastopol now as well, once again because of the fuel situation, which has now led to a complete collapse of all supply lines, military and civil, within the entirety of the Crimean Peninsula. In the midst of this all, the Ukrainians did conduct more drone attacks against the Russian Federation. There is one ongoing while we're on air right now against Sevastopol and other places in the southern region. We have heard that fuel shortages are now reaching Krasnodar inside of the Russian mainland, and these fuel shortages now appear to be as dire as the ones that are actually happening in the occupied parts of Zaporizhia, Kherson, and Crimea. We can see here that a 1.6 kilometer long line has formed for one of the remaining gas stations that's open in the city of Krasnodar.
Very, very bad that it's spreading to Krasnodar like that. It's really, really interesting that it's spreading beyond just Crimea and spreading into the Russian mainland like that.
Yeah, it's starting to spread quickly, and I think this is really working off the notion that we've been saying for a while, that the fuel shortage is definitely worsening because Moscow and St. Petersburg are now also rationing, and the fuel supplies must be on the very precipice of running out for that to happen. And we're seeing that that's true. I mean, even across the Kerch Strait in the Russian mainland, where transportation of supplies and fuel is a lot easier, they're just physically not getting enough fuel to ship out to most regions of Russia, and the fuel shortages are continuing to worsen. We can also see another clip here in the middle of the night in Krasnodar as they are once again lining up trying to get fuel because there's hardly any left, especially in these areas of Russia. We see them here showing the cost. Oh, dang. 3,242 rubles, that is, to refuel the tank. That's like $35 for like 40 liters, at least from what they were showing on that. Outside of that, we've also been able to additionally see that the fire at Ust-Lubinsk is still going on. Satellite photography came out today showing the smoke plume coming from the oil storage tanks at Ust-Lubinsk, and we can see the fire raging once again over the whole of the city, and the smoke cloud then floating on over the whole area. We have also been able to see as well, outside of the Ust-Lubinsk area, that because of all these attacks, Russia is now improving the defenses around Putin's private residence at Valdai, and now they're adding anti-drone nets to the area.
This is that greed they spoke about in the Bible, I think, at this point. The entire country of Russia can't even defend itself, but yet not only does Putin's mansions have like a complete horde of missile-based defenses around it, but now they're taking the few nets that they have available, and they're also putting that around his mansions. That dude is just a greedy bastard.
He said, damn, these attacks on like St. Petersburg are rough. Let's add a couple of more air defenses around my house and a couple of drone nets as well. I was like, dang, man, it's like this guy has his priorities all wrong. You know, it's like even more interesting. It's like if there's no money being made in Russia economically, his quality of life can't stay this good for that long. I mean, like things are clearly going to be getting worse even for the upper echelons in Russia. They're going to start living like the upper echelons in North Korea, which live like middle-class Americans at the best case scenario. We also were able to see as well that elsewhere outside of the Russian Federation, we have been able to get some more developments on the situation pertaining to the Chinese policing situation happening around Taiwanese waters, as the Taiwanese Coast Guard did intercept a communist Chinese Coast Guard vessel today near to, I believe it's Dongsha Island, if I'm correct. Yeah, it actually is Dongsha Island. So here's that clip.
China Coast Guard 3501. Listen up, China Coast Guard 3501. This is Taiwan's water. This is not your water. You don't belong here. Turn around and leave now. China Coast Guard 3501.
I mean, he's pretty
Man,
direct.
he's going off. He's going off.
Man, he said,
Man,
China
I'm
Coast
sorry.
Guard, you do not belong. You go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. By the way, I support Taiwan all the way. By the way, I'm not gonna lie. Like I can't hold a straight face on that. I can't. That dude was losing it, man. He had some revolutionary zeal behind that voice.
Let's listen to it again.
This is Taiwan's water. This is not your water. You don't belong here. Turn around and leave now. China Coast Guard 3501.
I gotta say, man, that dude, he's ready to go. I tell you what, he woke up ready for violence this morning.
Bro, this guy wakes up and he salutes the flag of Taiwan in his bedroom every morning, and when he brushes his teeth, he sings the anthem of the ROC. Bro, like, this guy is dedicated, bro. He said, this is Taiwan water. You do not belong. Bro, like, I was like, damn, bro, he's going off. Like, he's got some passion for this.
Man, I love that, honestly, man. You gotta appreciate when the Taiwanese are protecting their stuff like this.
Yeah, I gotta
Can we
say,
hear it
man.
one more time? I gotta hear that
Yeah,
one more time.
let's listen to the whole thing one more time, because it was a treat. So here it is again.
China Coast Guard 3501. Listen up, China Coast Guard 3501. This is Taiwan's water. This is not your water. You don't belong here. Turn around and leave now. China Coast Guard 3501.
Man, he said, you don't belong here. His voice was even cracking like halfway through.
Like, bro, he was going off.
Oh my God. Honestly, like, oh man, I tell you what, that is crazy though. And like, all seriousness, that they're getting this close to Taiwan's waters like that, that is pretty bad. Something like Taiwan's not taking too kindly to it.
Bro, leave it up to this guy, the war star, bro. He might be like, China Coast Guard, we will blow your ass up, bro. Like, it's like, damn, it's like, calm down, dude, calm down. But the Chinese Coast, well, the Taiwanese Coast Guard, the Republic of China's Coast Guard, which is the correct name for it, did put out a statement today about these incidents around the area. So, here is the statement. Taiwan's Coast Guard Administration has condemned China's announced special maritime traffic law enforcement operation east of Taiwan, saying Beijing has no sovereign rights in the area and that the action violates international law. The China Coast Guard said it detected 4 Chinese vessels, Haichun 6, Haichun 8, Haichun 9, and Donghaiju 113, departing Xiamen towards waters southwest of Taiwan, but that none entered Taiwan's restricted waters. Taiwan dispatched 5 patrol vessels to monitor the activity and framed the operation as part of Beijing's broader gray zone pressure campaign aimed at asserting false jurisdiction around Taiwan and increasing low-level coercion efforts within the area. But moving us on out of this news, luckily enough, we just covered all of it, actually. We actually have more breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so we got a big story happening right now. Apparently, it looks like Israel might have just launched more heavy strikes on Hezbollah inside of Lebanon at this very moment. It appears to be that is the case. So if this is true right here, that could be prompting another Iranian missile attack on Israel pretty shortly. It's not really saying where this is. I can't tell if this is the suburbs of Beirut or not. I really can't tell. We don't have a geolocation on it right now. But this is apparently showing hits that we're seeing right here. So can you tell where this is? I can't really tell.
It's somewhere in Lebanon.
Yeah.
Man, I got you off guard there. Like, you're like, oh, yeah. I don't know where. It could be any city. Most Lebanese cities look basically the same. Like, it's very hard to tell them apart. So this could be anywhere. This could be in a city like Baalbek. This could be down in Nabatea. This could be Tyre. This could be anywhere. It might be Beirut. I'm not entirely sure, though. I don't know. But it is definitely, without a doubt, in Lebanon.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like it's in Lebanon. I'm just not sure. As I see some people saying it looks like Beirut, but the catch is, though, it's really hard to tell. Like, from this viewpoint right here, it's very hard to tell. So I just don't know yet. But it is an attack on Hezbollah, though. So that could prompt another Iranian attack. It could be that we see Iran attack again before Israel launches its retaliation. That could be what happens.
It could be. That could also be the case as well. So there are ongoing strikes by the Israelis in in Lebanon somewhere right now. We don't know exactly where, but we'll be watching that with great interest, because depending on where those strikes were, we might be getting an idea of what's going to be happening next. Because, the president might have gotten on the phone and gone, "Baby, you fool, don't bomb the Iranians, don't do it." And then he said, "Oh, of course I won't." And then he called up the IDF and said, "Go ahead and bomb Beirut again." That way they don't bomb Tehran, but they still get the same thing out of what they were looking for. That could have been the case. The Israelis, they seem to be doing that a lot recently, so, we'll have to see. But anyways, outside of that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least from what we have right now. But with that is generally all of the world news that we had for the day outside of Iran that we had. Go ahead.
Also, by the way, I wasn't able to see it. I was too busy with all my other tasks I usually do during the stream. But did you show that video of Uslubinsk where that person was looking out their apartment window and was like the fire was raging outside of it?
Oh, no, I actually didn't put that one down on the map because I was trying to I was trying to get on air. We didn't have enough time, so I only put the one of the satellite.
Also, by the way, just so y'all know what I'm talking about, by the way, Uslubinsk was hit by Ukraine about, I think it was like 24 hours ago, and it was a serious hit, like a very big hit on an oil depot there in that area. And apparently, some Russian from their apartment building apparently filmed this massive inferno outside of it. This is literally from their apartment right here. Let's take a look. This is the oil depot that caught fire.
Oh, they got that music. Wow.
I thought it was somebody moaning in the background. I was like, I didn't know this was going on, but that's serious, though. I mean, that's right. I would hate to see that outside my window. I'd probably leave.
I feel like the property values are decreasing.
Yeah, I think so.
I also wonder, is this going to affect the heating bill?
Probably, yeah.
Probably. Well, I don't want to talk to Lee. I don't want to probably, but I want to know. Like, would it affect it?
Man, maybe though. But we do have some more breaking news outside of this, though, that apparently the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has directed all U.S. government employees and their families to shelter in place and be prepared to move to a protected shelter in the event of a red alert until further notice. It appears to be that even though the U.S. is saying that Israel shouldn't respond, it looks like the embassy is getting ready for some sort of provocation that could end up striking the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. So that is quite a serious note as well. So we haven't really heard anything else from the Israelis or the Iranians right now, except for they are taking a lot of measures preparing for something to happen. We just haven't seen any more statements coming out. So that appears to be all we know at the moment.
Very interesting, but it does show that the U.S. is getting ready for further situations to unfold within the region, showing that the United States right now is preparing for the worst, which generally is always done as a precaution. So it's not a guarantee of anything coming around the corner, by the way, for everyone that's watching right now. It's just that the U.S. is getting ready for the worst to come. So we'll have to wait and see what that is exactly. But outside of that, it looks like we're still waiting for more news to come out at a faster rate. And we've already covered most of everything else that we had in the rest of the world today to cover before we came on air. So with that in mind, we're going to be getting back into a couple of questions for now. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so our next super chat in the meantime, while we're waiting on more breaking news, is going to go to Paladin Cards. And thank you very much, Paladin Cards, for the generous $100 super chat. And we do appreciate that very much. And they said, I love the content and get some coffee on us.
And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support, Paladin Card, and loving the content. I gotta say that it's an incredible and amazing thing to say that folks like you support this channel and help this thing to keep on running. And I gotta say that it's a wonderful thing to know that you're helping us to keep the lights on, to keep paying the bills, and to keep covering this news each and every single day. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a $50 support from Angel Glotto. And thank you very much, Angel, for that $50 support. I don't think there was a comment attached to it. I was just double checking real quick. I don't think so, though. But we do appreciate it nonetheless. And of course, that does help to keep the channel running with that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for supporting Angel Glotto and helping this channel to keep on running. You didn't throw in a comment, but the support is greatly appreciated because it helps us to keep this thing rolling. We run ad-free, sponsor-free streams every single day of the week, 6 days a week, and I've got to say that it's an entire honor and a pleasure for folks like you to enjoy this channel enough to support it, because we get to cover the news to all of y'all and are able to do it because folks like you help us to make this a full-time job. So a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our next super chat here is going to be a $50 support, or actually a $22 support from Bruce Jenna Tolles. Thank you very much for that support, by the way. He said, fellow war nerds, this is the big one. And honestly, it is the big one. This was the one that we were actually mentioning last night. We said we'll go live on a breaking war news stream if we see Israel get attacked, and that's what happened today. So, pretty serious situation to say the least, and we are expecting it to escalate beyond what we're seeing right now. So I would agree. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree. This is the big one. Like, we actually got off of air after that, and we were like, okay, let's lay out what would actually be a big thing. If explosions north of Shiraz happen, if the Iranians attack Israel, if any of these things happen, we're definitely going live because that would be breaking news. But we also agreed that if it was another small attack like the one we had gotten done covering that day, we weren't going to cover it because it's just not important enough. But then this one happened, and so we had to go live because we have no other choice. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, Matthew, I see you're trying to ask, well, what's going on? Like, someone who's been around for a minute said, because we said something about the Israelis that wasn't entirely positive, like they broken the ceasefire once or twice with Hezbollah over the 6 times there's been, that now that clearly means that we support Hezbollah. And I said, when the hell did that ever happen? And when did we say that? Which was my question to him, and that's what people are talking about right now in the chat. Because saying that the Israelis are an imperfect ally that has a decent amount of issues and they don't really follow along with our strategic plays in the region, they kind of do what they want, is a far cry from saying that we're now supporting enemies of the Republic like Hezbollah and Hamas, which is a pretty insane sort of a mental leap to make. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, folks, we have a lot of new people here on the Breaking War News stream right now. If you want to, and you already haven't, go ahead and subscribe. We are, I think, less than 700 subscribers away from hitting 600,000 right now. So very, very close to hitting that big 600 number. It's been coming around the corner for quite some time, actually. It's been quite a slog to get there. But if you want to subscribe to get notified, feel free to go ahead and smack that button. But moving on to our next one here, while we're waiting on more breaking news, this one goes to Jose Diaz, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Jose, for the support.
Hey!
Once again, we also have a 20 from Joyce Morris, who also threw in a 20, and we appreciate the both of you very, very much for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, a big thanks to both of y'all for the support, Jose Diaz and Joyce Morris, because y'all's support is helping this thing to keep on running. I've gotta say that we're entirely honored and supremely appreciative of y'all's support because it makes this entire thing possible. It helps us to keep this thing rolling, helps us to stay on air, and it helps us to pay our bills behind the scenes. So we can dedicate our entire lives, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to the news coverage of what's going on around the world. And we're greatly appreciative of that once again today, like every other day. So a humongous thanks to you all so much once again for y'all's incredible support, because y'all are making the channel possible for everybody who's here right now. And I also want to make it clear to all of our new viewers who are here, you do not have to support the channel if you do not want to. The channel is free to play. Like, you do not have to pay to have a question answered. It's just that we make sure to address all of the super chatters first because they're the ones who support the channel and help us to make our bread and butter on the show, to pay our bills, to keep our lights on, and to keep doing this as our job, to be able to run the show at all. So I hope that make sure to get that out of the way just in case if people are wondering, but the super chatters are the ones who make the entire show possible for everybody, and we're greatly appreciative to them. And so a huge thanks to you all once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than my Trucking Travels, who puts in a 20. And thank you, good sir, as well for that support. He said, holy cow, you're on super early. And I got to rewind the stream. And thanks, guys, for everything. And sitting broke down in Salt Lake City.
Really? That's crazy. You're actually close nearby then, because we're also in the Salt Lake City area as well. And I gotta say, hopefully the breakdown gets fixed there. And we did come on extremely early. I actually didn't expect this to happen. Matthew called me like a couple of minutes. Well, he called me a while before the show started. He was like, I think that Israel is about to get bombed by Iran. And I was like, that's crazy. He was like, yeah, just make sure to, like, you know, get everything ready just in case if it happens. I was like, okay, sure. So I get off the phone call and he calls me 2 minutes later. He's like, yeah, they're attacking Israel right now. I was like, right now? I was like, right now. I was like, I didn't even have time to prepare. I was literally still trying to get to preparing and just getting the computer on even. And so then we had to go live. So, I mean, kind of a really crazy early sort of a start. We rarely ever get these days, but I hope people have been enjoying it. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we actually have more breaking news coming out right now.
Okay, so we have a lot of breaking news coming out right now. So we're going to have to break from our super chat segment here and get back into all of our big breaking news. So I'm going to try to cover these one at a time because it's a lot of big headlines coming out right this second. It seems like this will be the pretty much theme of the night at this point, or the theme of the evening. We're going to get huge waves of breaking news. Then we'll probably have a lull. We'll get back to our super chats, and then we'll get back to our breaking news. It appears to be the way it's going to go pretty much all day. So we're currently seeing that flights at Imam Airport in Tehran apparently have been suspended until further notice. That's a brand new airport closure inside of Iran that we're hearing about. We're also hearing that all airports in the Western Tehran like flight zone are going to be closed until 2300 Tehran time on June the 8th, which is tomorrow, which seems to coincide with a potential Israeli response that could be coming very, very soon. We're also hearing as well, in addition to that, that apparently Iran is reporting that there's currently evacuations underway at the Mehrabad and Imam Khomeini airports inside of Tehran. They are currently evacuating the Iranian airports in the capital city of Tehran at this very moment. We are seeing that apparently a number of flights have been leaving, some of them with the transponders off, and some of them with their transponders on. So they are expecting that Mehrabad, which is generally a pretty hot target for the U.S. forces and Israeli forces, they're expecting it to get hit again by the West. So that appears to be a pretty big development. We're also hearing as well that apparently the Rafah and Kerem Shalom crossings inside of Israel have been closed until further notice following Iran's missile attack. We're also hearing on another front that a U.S. official is telling Axios that they are not a part of this current situation between Iran and Israel, and it remains unclear if the U.S. president is going to block U.S. military support for an Israeli strike on Iran, including air refueling and coordination. So it sounds like the U.S. might be considering actually not assisting Israel in any type of offensive strike. Also, we do have an update about the aircraft crash, or the drone crash inside of Iraq. It appears to be it was a U.S. drone that got shot down by a manpad. It appears to be a U.S. Air Force MQ-9 Reaper or an MQ-1C. We do see here, it appears to be a General Atomics sticker on the side of that aircraft right here. If this is indeed the photo corroborating that, it appears to be it could be the case. It appears to be the antenna assembly on the drone.
That is very interesting. Actually, it does appear that it was not a Hermes 900, which was what was originally reported. It actually appears that it was American MQ-9 or an MQ-1, which is even more interesting because now that begs the question why that was taken down over Iraq.
Yeah, I would say so. But what do you make of that evacuation from the Tehran airports? That seems to be a pretty big indication that something's about to happen. I know I keep saying that like a broken record, but there's a lot of things stacking up that are indicators that even Tehran knows that a response is imminent at this point.
I would say it definitely is showing that. It's also the fact that they're trying to evacuate the place because, I mean, if anything, Israel and the U.S. have blew the hell out of Mehrabad and Khomeini Airport further south throughout the armed conflict continuously because the Iranian Air Force operates out of both airfields. So I think that's the reason why they're evacuating those airports, if those reports are true, is because they're trying to get people out of the areas of possible military targets that are about to get hit by the Israelis here in the near future.
Yeah, it seems like it to me as well. Also, it's I haven't really gotten an update about the Hezbollah attack. You know, there was that attack on Hezbollah that Israel apparently just launched like about 10 minutes ago. It looks like it might have been very limited to a certain degree. Might have been just enough to get Iran to actually respond again, possibly. If I was Israel right now, let's do a hypothetical for a second. If you're Israel and the U.S. president's calling you up and saying, "Don't respond to that or else." If you wanted to provoke a response, what would you do? You would hit Hezbollah again because you know that would provoke Iran to launch more missiles, and that would make it a lot harder for the U.S. to then say, you know, don't respond. Because if Israel gets hit a second or a third time, then at some point the U.S. has to say, well, you got to do what you got to do. We'll help you out. So that could be what Israel's going for at this point. They're trying to basically force a confrontation, which at this point I don't blame them, to be completely honest with folks.
Well, I mean, with the weak U.S. response we've seen so far, I guess they're trying to find any way to try and get the ball rolling, kind of, because I got to say, the U.S. response was ridiculous. Like, it was unbelievable. Like, I can't even believe that's what they're working off of right now. An actual legitimate attack happened again on Israel. Clearly a violation of the ceasefire by every means. And yet the U.S. is still taking the position it's taking right now. It's absolutely insane. But at the moment, a lot of people are actually talking about why the U.S. position is that way. Speaking of that sort of a situation, why is the U.S. so desperate to prevent the war with Iran from restarting? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we'll address the poll real quick, and then we have some more footage that's come out and breaking news as well. It looks like it's coming in pretty at a fast rate at this point. It's starting to pick back up. But to address the poll it's currently running, to repeat the question, why is the U.S. so desperate to prevent the Iran war from restarting? It looks like 50% said it's about political concerns for U.S. domestic elections, while 19% said it's about legal concerns about the War Powers Act here in the United States. 18% said the U.S. military is running low on ammo, and 13% said Iran might have a working nuke, and that's brought the U.S. operation to a complete halt. So if Iran had a nuke, they wouldn't fire it at the United States, they'd fire it at Israel. So Israel appears to be not restrained whatsoever. They want to attack Iran and respond. So if Iran had a nuke, I doubt Israel would be that gung-ho about responding to it. So I don't think they have a nuke. Also, we've already heard that the U.S. military is running low on precision-guided munitions, but we still have a whole bunch of dumb bombs and all kinds of other stuff. Like, there's still a whole bunch of other stuff in the arsenal, so that's okay. I think it could be the 50%. I think it might be political concerns possibly, but I think they're miscalculating. I think it's going to be a lot worse politically if they let the situation fester and the Strait of Hormuz remain closed. That's going to cost them the election a lot more than simply taking action right now. So I'm not sure if they're getting good advice on that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I don't think they're getting any good advice if that is the case right now. But we'll have to eventually wait and see how all those stories develop. In the meantime, we also have footage of the Iranians firing some of their ballistic missiles towards Israel. Apparently, this must have been filmed, I'm supposing, from around the Tehran area or the Khuzestan province. But here's some footage of that really quickly before we get further into the poll. And that's the end of that clip right there, but still showing us some of the Iranian launches that are being conducted.
Look at how dispersed their missile launchers were. Like, that's kind of surprising, actually. I put it into the likes tab right now. Conflict Radar put out a pretty good post here showing all the different launch sites of the Iranian missiles. It was very dispersed, and also it's in the likes tab, but it's very dispersed. These launch sites are inside of Iran. We see here that it was scattered across the entire western portion of Iran. We saw Karaj, Tabriz, Urmia, Kermanshah, Kashan, Isfahan, and Qom. They were all launching missiles. Which, once again, I'm not saying this to try to make the U.S. look like a clown, by the way, because I'm obviously a U.S. citizen. I want us to, look like we have some sense behind us. But it seems like the Iranians clearly still have a decent missile launching capability left if they're able to launch this many missiles from so many different areas like that. That appears to be going against the narrative to a large degree. So that is concerning. So far, I've heard that allegedly 10 plus ballistics were fired at Israel during this recent attack, and also apparently some smaller missiles were fired as well. So they still have the capacity from the looks of it. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I mean, it looks like to me like U.S. intelligence reports that we were getting out that the press was leaking to the public were accurate, that the Iranians were just digging out all of their hidden TELs and missiles that were hit at the missile cities. And they would be able to get back up to, like, I think it was something like 80% of their operational capacity that they had pre-war once they dug all of that stuff out. And it appears pretty clear right now that that certainly was true. Because unlike the claims that have been made by the president endlessly, like a mantra, that everything in Iran militarily has been destroyed, it doesn't really look like a lot has been. Because just yesterday, we saw that the U.S. blew up surface search radars in the Hormuz. And according to the president, all of those have been blown away and were gone. Yet we blew up more of them that had never been hit before yesterday. So clearly there's a lot of military capabilities that Iran still has that is operational that we didn't destroy. And I'd say that's honestly not that shocking because, I mean, the U.S. just bombed Tehran for like a month straight, and that was about the only thing that we would blow up in Iran for a whole month. We hardly went up and tried to destroy anything militarily. We didn't try and break the blockade in the Hormuz. We didn't try and do anything. So I would generally say it's not that shocking to see this sort of a thing because hardly any of our firepower was directed at destroying their military capabilities. It was basically all directed at just destroying the old dude with the beard and then just bombing Tehran every day ever since that happened. So in the meantime, it actually appears that apparently the phone call between the president and old Netanyahu has ended. And Matthew, what do we got there?
So we are hearing that the phone call between the U.S. president and Netanyahu lasted 24 minutes. I'm not entirely sure if that's indicating a bad phone call or a good one. It seems to be a kind of a short phone call from the looks of it. So it might have been a more heated one possibly, although it's hard to tell from that kind of like a length on a phone call. Now, if it was like 5 minutes, I would say that's a bad sign. But 24 minutes, it's kind of hard to tell what they were saying on the call. But it has officially come to an end as of 5 minutes ago. So we're waiting to see what was said there, but it could have been some more strong language exchange between the two because Netanyahu believes it's time to go back to war, and the U.S. president believes that a deal is right around the corner after a month of, dead-end talks to a large degree. So that's where they stand on it. We've also gotten some footage as well of apparently an Iranian missile booster that fell near the town of Tafs in southern Syria, in the western countryside of Daraa. So let's take a look at this. Apparently an Iranian missile was found on the ground.
This is the most cartoon-looking rocket I've ever seen.
وكالة صناعة اليوم الصبح.
Well, it looks like a rocket. It looks like a rocket booster for sure. I gotta say, folks, it's kind of blowing my mind how cartoonish this looks. This looks fake, honestly. Like it's like a prop for children or something like that.
Yeah, that explains why they closed their airspace as well, because there's clearly stuff falling in Syria's airspace. So we're also getting some more news that the U.S. Embassy in Israel has issued a more lengthy security alert, it looks like. Here's what it says. It says, once again, this is coming from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, Israel. They said, security alert. As a result of this current security situation in Israel, including home front command alerts for multiple regions, the U.S. Embassy has directed all U.S. government employees and their family to shelter in place and be prepared to move to protected shelters in the event of a red alert until further notice. So that also indicates, like we've been saying, that something appears to be coming very soon, or they would not be issuing that warning for the future. That's, of course, that warning is for the future hours of possible attacks that could be about to happen. So once again, very hot activity out here. So I call them Little Caesars. I'm like hot and ready at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say it looks like everybody's getting ready for some action. It looks like the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem is going to be working from remote locations, aka home. So sounds to me like somebody's getting ready for some action because they're telling everybody to not come up to the embassy. That also is giving us an idea they must believe that the embassy has a chance of being attacked in the future.
You remember they said if Israel responds in Iran by launching a counterattack, then Iran said they would strike the U.S. forces in the region as well. So that's probably why they're saying that.
Probably, yeah, because then again, they did hit a lot of embassies back in the day, like the one in Riyadh and whatnot. But we apparently have even more breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got?
So we are getting some reports of explosions that have just broken out in Iraq's Kurdistan region, which has been a hotbed of Iranian strikes over the last few days, by the way. So it sounds very possible that maybe Iran is launching strikes into Kurdistan and Iraq right now. That appears to be likely the case that we're hearing about. So that would be quite interesting. We're not getting a whole bunch of information about that at the very moment, but we're waiting on some video evidence to come out to see exactly what's taking place there. But remember, though, that we have seen that Iran's fired attacks there before and did some damage to, allegedly, some U.S. forces in the area before, at least. So hopefully that's not the case this time.
And I would say hopefully that isn't the case, but it sounds to me, because it's in Sulaymaniyah, that they're attacking most likely Kurdish forces, because I don't know of any U.S. bases or outposts in Sulaymaniyah. I think most of ours are in Erbil, and I think a few are in Mosul right now, but not a whole lot of them. So I think that's probably more so directed against the Kurds again. Very interesting. In the midst of all this, the Kurds are getting attacked. But with that, I hope that does address that well, folks, because that's all the news that we have coming out at the moment right now, and hopefully we'll be getting more here very soon. But in the meantime, we are going to be getting on to some more questions. So what do we got?
Okay, so jumping back into our super chats while we keep an eye out for breaking news, our next one here is going to go to none other than Walter Philippad. And thank you very much, Walter, for that massive $200 support, by the way. and supporting the channel in such a big way with that support. And we do appreciate that because, as we say, almost like a broken record, it is that support that keeps our channel running and keeps us on the air to keep reporting this breaking news day in and day out. So we do appreciate it very much, Walter. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for support, Walter, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. You didn't throw in a comment, but your support is helping us to say millions of comments on air. It's helping us to keep our lights on, to pay our bills, to keep eating, to keep living. And I gotta say, folks, I love eating. But I gotta say, humongous thanks to you so much once again for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep running. Because once again, folks like you make this whole thing possible. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And apparently, we are YouTube featured this evening. Apparently, according to a lot of subscribers in the chat, apparently we are featured as of right now. So we are honored, of course. It looks like we are currently one of the biggest live streams on the topic at the moment. So we're very honored, of course, as always. But moving into our next super chat here, this one goes to Ella MC Wheels NAFO, who puts in a $40 support, and a huge shout to you, Ella, for also supporting the channel once again. And Ella said, "Cheers. Enforcers, beyond thankful for everything you guys do to provide top-tier news coverage, whether it be at the usual time or out of the blue like today. And LLT LSA, Slav Ukraine, and take one from the chat."
And long live the Lee Spring Army and Slav Ukraini. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. But I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for the incredibly kind words and really enjoying the coverage and wanting to support it. We are incredibly honored and flattered to hear people say such nice things about the channel. We try our best every day to make sure that the news is of high quality, of sound coverage, and is supporting American and Western interests, but also making sure to not become propaganda, but to actually report the news as it is coming out. And I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of folks like you supporting the channel and helping this thing to keep on running. And so before we get that live chat here, we actually have some breaking news coming out. So what do we got?
Okay, so we have some decent breaking news here. Also, we will not forget about Ella's live chat question, by the way. Don't let us forget that, folks, if we happen to miss it. But we are seeing here that let me make sure I've got all this stuff right here, because there's some more stuff coming out right now. So we are hearing that apparently Iran has closed its airspace in the western part of the country. We did report that already, but we now have a graphic showing exactly how much of it is closed. Literally, I would say about 70% of Iran's airspace is closed. So when they said the western part, they meant literally almost the whole country, based on this graphic right here. So that's pretty big news. Also, we are hearing as well that apparently that it is Iran. It is the IRGC that is currently attacking the Iranian Kurdish opposition, which are U.S.-backed forces, by the way, in northern Iraq. Let's take a look at the very short video.
I get it on the money. And there's the incoming missile, I believe. I'm not really sure on that, but there's a glowing thing up there, and that might be one of the incoming missiles.
I tell you, man, it seems a little bit strange to me that for Iran to be completely down and out of missiles, that they're wasting missiles on the Kurds after they just got done attacking Israel. It seems to me like they've got some stocks left in their bunkers.
Man, it sounds to me like a lot of our reports that we were given initially were accurate back then, too, because I remember telling everyone else, like, they got a lot of capabilities still intact, but caving in a tunnel entrance doesn't mean that everything inside of that tunnel was destroyed. And many people, folks, wanted to say that we weren't reporting it well because it didn't line up with the propaganda they wanted to hear. It was the news they didn't like, but it looks like that was true. So I think we're all getting the idea, folks, that taking the president's word at any amount of value, even face value, is a pretty bad idea, because going off of his words, the Iranians literally had no teeth to fight with, and yet they're firing missiles at everybody right now, everywhere. And it doesn't really seem like they're running out of an amount of launching capabilities or missiles to launch, for that matter, at the moment.
I hope y'all appreciate that, folks, because we get nonstop flack from people, like not from our longtime channel viewers, by the way. Like, well, we appreciate the constant support from our longtime channel viewers, but we get a lot of flack though on Twitter, YouTube, etc., for going against the official narratives to tell the truth about the situation. Most people blindly believe whatever they're told. Like, that's just the way it works. So when we try to report the news accurately, no matter if it goes with the U.S. narrative or against it, we get some bad pushback from that. Like a lot lot of hateful comments and stuff like that. So we say it regardless. Like, we tell the truth regardless of what the pushback is. And once again, it turned out to be accurate. It comes out, of course, later on down the road after we've been beat down with a stick. It comes out later that, it turns out it was accurate news that we were reporting. But also, by the way, we do have some more breaking news as well. Apparently, we have some more details about how big the attack was on Israel. We're getting some preliminary information that around 25 solid fuel Khyber Shekan missiles were fired toward Israel in tonight's attack. That's 25 of them, by the way. We'll do some research on that missile in just a minute to get some details about it. But apparently, 4 of them failed, but the rest of them, about 21 of them, reached the Israeli airspace. So, Enforcer, what can you tell us about that missile? Is it an MRBM or an SRBM?
Well, this is actually a very interesting question because the Khyber Shekan missile is actually, as a matter of fact, not listed on any of our charts about any of the missiles that we would know of. Here's that chart right here. If I can get it up on screen, what the hell's going on here? Let's see here. Let me do that, and then let me get this. I don't know what happened with my Google right there, but I don't see the Khyber Shekan on our chart. And I'm trying to look through
I do have some information about it. It's a medium-range ballistic missile, the Khyber Shekan is. It was unveiled in 2022, so it's a newer missile. It has a range of about 1,450 kilometers, or about 900 miles. So it is definitely an MRBM by definition. So it appears to use solid fuel. It's apparently a more lightweight MRBM, so that apparently is an upgrade to it. That's why it's a newer missile. But it appears to carry a warhead on it of about 550 kilograms, which is a pretty decent warhead size on that thing. So they've apparently fired 25 of them, and 4 of them failed, according to the report. So it appears to work. I mean, if only 4 of them failed out of the 25, that's obviously not great, but it still worked.
That's like an 80% success rate, or something along those lines. So that's not too bad. I mean, like, at least it's not Russian launch rates of like 20%, like a 20% successful launch rate. So, I guess these are somewhat semi-effective missiles if we're looking at it that way, but an interesting thing to hear the least. Also, it appears that the Iranians are still blaming the U.S. and just using the same line of speech that they've used prior. They've been blowing up boats and whatnot is what they're claiming the U.S. has been doing, so therefore the U.S. is really responsible for what's happened. So the Iranians are now making rhetorical statements. They're trying to drag the U.S. into the current situation that is specifically just Iranian-Israeli, and the U.S. is trying to stay out of it, and now the Iranians are making statements that are trying to drag the United States into it. So, well, my esophagus just collapsed right there. I think we're getting a pretty clear notion here that the Iranians are trying to make sure the U.S. will be dragged into this thing, hell or high water.
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely seems that way for sure. Also, we did get corroboration that apparently that was the type of missile that was fired as well. That we're talking about that missile that we just looked at a second ago. That is the tail end of it that we saw crashed in southern Syria. So that was apparently one of the ones that failed. It apparently fell on Syria, apparently this night. So that appears to be the case. But in the meantime, though, that appears to be all the breaking news we're getting right this second. So we're back to a lull when we can get back to super chats while we wait for some more news to come out.
All right. So with that, folks, it's time for us to get on and into the next one.
So our next one here goes to none other than Brian. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Actually, we need to get that live chat for Ella first.
Oh, yeah.
But the live chat question in honor of Ella's super chat goes to I'm D. Stevenson, who said, what would happen if the U.S. ended up recognizing Taiwan as a country in the midst of these exercises?
It would end up creating significant escalations because that would be going against what we've actually declared in foreign policy, that there's only one China, and we recognize Communist China as the only China, but we recognize Taiwan's sovereignty on their island, which is the caveat which allows for Taiwan to exist. So I would say, in my honest 2 cents, in my opinion, that would probably be a pretty bad thing. We kind of want to keep China in a bit of a foreign policy limbo, and we keep them in that limbo by saying the Communist Chinese are, the real China, but we recognize the sovereignty of the Republic of China's government on the island of Taiwan, and any efforts to change that situation, we're going to respond in force to support the sovereignty of the Republic of China's government. So I would say that it would probably be a pretty bad outcome. It will lead to immediate escalations and possibly a conflict, and we are really wanting to avoid that right now because we're pretty tied up in the Middle East, and we don't want to start a whole other second war and really stretch ourselves exceptionally thin trying to also fight the Chinese as well. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for sponsoring a live chat, Ella McWheels NAFO, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a support from Brian Falgiano, and thank you very much, Brian, for the 20. And he said, thank you incredibly much for the continued dedication to determine and report the truth in the era of lies and promoting self-interest.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Brian, and enjoying this channel. And I gotta say that we try our best to keep the news as level-headed and pro-American as we possibly can, trying to balance the two together. And I hope that we've been able to make sure that that is once again the case tonight with this coverage. So a humongous thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Terry Murphy, who put in a 20. And Terry Murphy said, keep up the great work and LSA. And I wonder what the pizza index looks like right now. And I wonder, I can go check that real quick. Let me go check and see what it looks like. Let's see here. Pizza index. So let's see what we got going on here. Let me see. Let me see if I can spell the word pizza correctly. There we go. It's a bit of a struggle to spell these days, but it does appear that right now, at this very moment, there's really not much happening on the pizza index from the looks of it. It's reporting normal average traffic from what I can tell.
Interesting. Generally, I would say, folks, in my opinion, I don't find that to be a reliable indicator of anything anymore. It seems to me, like, in my honest opinion, it seems to me like the pizza index doesn't even relate or correlate to anything anymore, so I don't really count it as a reliable indicator of anything. So, with that, we're on the next one.
Also, it is in the middle of the day too, so I'm not sure. Like usually when they order pizza, it's usually like closer to like dinner time, like at the Pentagon. So it's also right in the middle of the day right now. So I mean, unless they're like eating early or something like that, like they needed a quick snack, I'm not sure if they'd be ordering heavy right now, unless they just need a snack. But anyway, so moving into our next one, this one goes to Terry. No, actually, this one goes to Old Maribert, and thank you very much, Old Maribert, for the support. They said, how do you think history books are going to frame the geopolitical situation of the current situations that the U.S. is taking in Iran and the Ukraine war? And do you think they will have quantum messaging in the index, LOL, and LLT, LSA?
They probably will have quantum messaging in the index as some sort of a cheap gimmick that was tried during our era that didn't work out, I would assume, because I think the whole quote-unquote quantum messaging thing is being worn out so fast in the Middle East that it's not going to have any longevity as a form of misinformation, basically, from any government official. Also, I would say that this whole foreign policy era for the United States over the past 4 years is going to be described as an absolute mess because the U.S. has been very weak, indecisive, and largely incapable of representing its interest or its sphere of influence interest in most areas of the world. And so I have a feeling that this era of history is not going to be looked at fondly. If anything, it's going to be looked at a lot like the appeasement era in Europe leading up to the Second World War, where it's looked at as something of a joke. So I hope that has addressed that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a support from Harold24, who put in a 20. And Harold said, appreciate you guys.
And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support, and thank you for appreciating this channel. We try our best, and although we only have some success, I hope that it's good success. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that the best we can. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Bruce Jenner, last name Tolls. And they said, I'm also tired of paying for Middle Eastern wars. Yeah, I will say, like, I'm not one of these people. I know you're not meaning this, by the way, because I'm familiar with what you think about the situation. But I'm not okay with just like lumping money in places with no like end result in mind. I'm not okay with that. But if it does advance American interest, I am okay with it. That's why I've generally supported Ukraine being funded to a large degree, because when we fund Ukraine, we're largely sending them old, outdated equipment, and then we write it off on our books as an expense being sent to Ukraine, and we count that toward the dollar value of what Ukraine is being supported with. So that, in my opinion, advances American interest. It keeps Russia off of NATO's doorstep. So I could see that being a decent expenditure. But when it comes to just like, loading money into the Middle East, especially right now, I mean, we're putting money in the Middle East right now just to simply reverse the damage that we caused by leaving the Strait of Hormuz wide open and letting the Iranians take control of it. So at this point, we're in a deficit in the Middle East. We're trying to spend our way out of the situation, and it's costing a hell of a lot of money to supply these Gulf states with interceptor missiles and things like that. It's costing a lot of money to do that. And right now, we're not really gaining anything out of it. We're trying to dig ourselves out of a hole we created. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I would agree with that to a degree. But at the same time, though, like Matthew's saying, I'm in support of wars that have a reason, but I'm not in support of something that has no purpose or no aim or no actual goals. If we go into a war, we have to have goals and we have to be willing to follow through with them. And if we go into a war with that kind of a mindset to where our goal right now was to overthrow the Islamic regime by strategically defeating them in an open war, and that was the goal, and we stuck with that, then I would say that this all has merit to it and there's a reason for fighting the war. However, if we're fighting it like we have been right now, to where we say that, hardly follow through on it in the war, waste a whole bunch of precision guided munitions and billions of dollars, tens of billions actually, to make it absolutely nowhere, and now we sit around right now and pretend like everything's fine, although US soldiers are getting shot at and dancing, because of the bullets being fired at their feet every day. I'm not really a big fan of that, because it was basically a waste of time and a waste of money, and it got us absolutely nowhere. I'm not one of those people, though, that live in this false world. Like, I find this argument to have a million fallacies to them. Why in the world are we spending all this money on these foreign wars when we could spend it on the homeless and the veterans? It's like, well, it's like, when has that ever fixed anything? Like, I gotta just be legitimate here and actually say that it doesn't matter if we screw ourselves over globally to go give a little bit of extra money to the homeless and the VA and whatnot. Do people not realize that no matter where you are in the world, there's homeless people and there's people who aren't treated too well? And like, screwing ourselves over strategically to try and fix something that clearly, no matter how hard we try and work at it, will never truly be fixed 100%. That's kind of that's a false fallacy that the whole argument's built on, so that way we can try and make an argument that we should screw ourselves over globally to try and fix something that we won't be able to fix, like homelessness or poverty, or the veterans being treated wrong. It's like that happens in every country in the world, like even in those.
That's a management.
Huh?
That's a management problem. That's not a money problem. It's just a management problem.
Yeah, and
Like the U.S. is infamous for like throwing money like by the truckload at problems. But the catch is, though, I mean, you can throw as much money as you want at a problem if you don't have proper management. Like, for example, a good example is nonprofits these days. Like, we try to pick nonprofits here on the channel that we fundraise for on Sunday nights that generally use their money properly. But there is an epidemic of, like, for example, homeless nonprofits here in America that will spend like a small tiny fraction, like maybe like 10 or 20% of the earnings they get from donations on actually fixing a problem, and then the rest of it goes to bloat from the actual organization. That's the way the government also operates now too. Like, a lot of the money gets eaten up in like bloat for the large part, and that's a management issue. That's not a money problem. They're getting a lot of donations, they're getting a lot of tax revenue, but they're not using it properly.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, throwing more money at that situation is not going to fix it. So what's the point of saying let's F ourselves over globally and turn the United States into a shitty backwater country, so that way we could throw a little bit more money at the veterans and it won't do anything because the mismanagement's still there in those organizations because they're not run properly. It's like, what good does that do anybody? It doesn't do anybody any good. It doesn't do the veterans any good. It doesn't do the homeless any good. It doesn't do the impoverished or the hungry any good. And it also screws us over geopolitically for the rest of history for no reason. And that's where I get into like I get pretty miffed with a lot of those arguments. Like, one podcaster went to St. Petersburg and was talking to the Russian media about, we just need to stop spending money on Ukraine and focus on what's going on back home. It's like, sweetie, I don't know if you understand it, but we're only spending $400 million on Ukraine this year. It's like, that's nothing. Like, that's literally nothing. We spend more on most everything else than that. And it's, ridiculous that, some people say things off of those lines, because some wars are necessary and we have to fight them. But that doesn't mean that we have to fight every war under the sun, and that also doesn't mean that we can't fight no wars, because every war is bad. Some wars are necessary. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does give my 2 cents on the matter, at least in my opinion, and big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on and into the breaking news, because we actually have more coming out right now.
So we have some breaking news right now that Netanyahu has just entered the high-level security meeting with Israel's senior defense leadership. It is expected that during this meeting that's currently taking place and has been underway for about 10 minutes at this point, he will make the decision to either defy the United States and attack Iran and counterattack, or he will tell the IDF that they're going to hold off. He's going to be making that decision. He's currently discussing it with his cabinet right now, and we don't know how long this is going to take. It could take a minute, depending on how heated the debate is, but we'll have to find out what is said. said. We are hearing that apparently one of the main fears that Israel has, apparently this is coming out of that meeting, that Israel fears that refraining from responding to Iran right now could undermine its deterrence and signal that it's no longer able to act in its own defense, and that the U.S. can basically prevent it from defending itself. So apparently that's one of the arguments being brought up in this meeting right now. So it sounds like it's going to get heated in there. I'm not sure who's really going to be against the strikes on Iran. I think most of the top Israeli leadership might be simply trying to determine how far can they defy the United States without pissing them off to the point of destroying the alliance. That's probably what they're discussing right now. I think they're all in unison wanting to respond to Iran.
And that is pretty interesting to hear. I have a feeling that, well, I mean, that's a fair, incredibly fair argument. You know, it's like if our country gets attacked and we don't respond because some other country like the U.S. told us we couldn't, what does that say about our ability to effectively deter further attacks and also conduct national defense, which is a pretty solid argument. Like, that's one that can't really be debated. It's quite obvious they do have to respond. And they're kind of forced to in this sort of a situation. And also, in the meantime, it looks like we got some footage as well out of the Mehrabad airport area of apparently some sort of a civilian aircraft trying to leave.
Civilian birds.
Doesn't necessarily sound civilian.
No, it really does. I was about to say it sounds like a fighter jet or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking. I was like, that sounds like a MiG or something. Like, that does not sound like a civilian airliner to me. Maybe they have like 737-200s or something with like the earlier turbojet engines. Maybe, but that also the light array on that thing. You know, commercial aircraft generally have wider wings than stubs like this one has. I feel like this is actually a military aircraft.
Yeah, I think it could be. I mean, the sound doesn't really line up with a civilian aircraft. But you do have to remember, though, that a lot of the aircraft that Iran's using are older engine designs and stuff like that. So they're not the most quiet or efficient. So it could simply be like an older engine that is just simply loud. That could be it.
Maybe it could be, but something's odd about this, though. Something isn't lining up here.
Why does it look like an X-Wing of a Star Wars or something like that light pattern?
Well, you know what's interesting to me is that the light pattern looks like it's off of like a Mirage or something. Let me go pull up the Iranian Air Force aircraft because I think they might have a Mirage or two. Let me get to their aircraft list, folks. I'm trying to stall here so that way I can get the aircraft. Yeah, they do actually have a Mirage. They have a Mirage F1. And why I'm saying that it looks to me like it might be a Mirage, and let me see if I can get a rear shot of one of these things to where we're behind it a little. Okay, so this is probably the best I can get. So, notice this. This is interesting to me. Wings on fighter aircraft are stubby. Wings on even the oldest 737s. Let me pull up a 737-200 here. Wings on an old 737 even are pretty wide. I mean, like, the wingspan of a commercial aircraft is about as wide as the fuselage is long most of the time. But on a military aircraft, usually the wings are stubbier than the fuselage is length. And the lighting arrangement here, if you look at it, there's two lights, like a landing gear light and then some sort of a fuselage light. There's then a tail light, and then there's two lights on the exterior parts of the wings. I mean, that looks a lot like a Mirage F1 in the night with its front landing light on, its fuselage light on, its rear tail light, and then its rear fuselage light, and then its tail lights on. Like, it almost looks like the same setup for a Mirage F1.
Yeah. Also, let me see here in that post what they said about this. They said, civilian bird leaving Mehrabad airport. That's also lining up with the reports of the evacuation that we've heard about. They said presumably for relocation out of Tehran. We've also seen as well that apparently 3 aircraft have departed from Tehran on ADS-B data, apparently leaving, and they're heading east out of Iran. It looks like they're heading out of Iranian airspace entirely to a large degree. But it looks like there's one aircraft that's not listed. There's one aircraft that's an Airbus A320, and there's another one that's a McDonnell Douglas MD-88 that's currently leaving out of the area. So they all have taken off from Mehrabad. So it could be one of those aircraft, maybe. Maybe the MD-88 could be because it's an older aircraft. That could be where the sound's coming from.
MD-88. Yeah, but the thing about that is, though, is that this still isn't lining up with, like, that lighting arrangement on the fuselage, and that's what's getting me here. It looks more like this, like a Mirage F1, the tail lights, the front fuselage lights, and the rear fuselage lights, than this thing could ever look. I mean, this thing has a wide wing profile, it has a long fuselage, and nothing about this aircraft looks to be lining up with that, with the lighting arrangement.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. They did say that there was active fighter jet activity over Tehran. Like it's been nonstop for the last couple of hours. So it could be simply a mistaken, like, well, I'll say though, that does look like it's a commercial. Like that's a pretty long wingspan on that you're scrolling through right there. I think it could be.
I mean, those lights right there are at the edge of its wings. I mean, that's not really a wide wingspan. That's a very stubby one. Like that's very narrow. Like that's like commercial aircraft, like an MD-88. They have wide wing profiles. I mean, like look at the width of that.
Yeah, maybe so. Whatever it is, it's getting you the hell out of Dodge, whatever the hell it is. It's apparently leaving Tehran from the looks of it. But we do have some more news as well, by the way, that apparently in the next 4 minutes, the oil futures are about to open. That's going to be a big tell for how the investors are taking this information about Israel getting hit this evening. We're not sure what to expect, but in 4 minutes, we'll be able to check the current quotes on the oil futures and see what crude oil is trading at. That'll be a big tell of how people are going to react to this. The U.S. is trying to make it seem like it's not a big deal, as I'm sure they're worried that the oil price is about to go berserk. But Israel is not taking it the same way. So we're waiting to see what that's going to say. We'll be watching that closely in about 4 minutes.
And we will be having to see. That's going to be something. I wonder what it's going to do. I wonder if it's going to jet through the roof or if it's going to kind of stay a little stable. We'll find out in 4 minutes, folks. So make sure to stick around for that. That will be an interesting one. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our next super chat in the meantime, this one is going to go to none other than E.W. Fisher, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, E.W. Fisher, for the support. And he said, thank you for the continued timely reporting of the news, and especially for today, as you are currently helping me to keep company while I'm at work by myself, and keep up the good work.
And I gotta say, we are happy to keep you company while you're working solo. I don't know where you're working, but I gotta tell you, working solo sometimes can be real lonesome. Oh, usually when I'm working on like the shows every night, I usually turn on a YouTube video on the side that like explains something new to me while I'm working, and I listen to it while I'm working, and I'm thinking about everything I'm going to say for the night. And I always find that interesting, you know. Like I really enjoy that myself, so I can really relate to working on my own and listening to shows and videos and whatnot while you're working. So really cool to hear that that I'm able to help you do the same thing I do to get ready for the show, usually on normal nights. And I got to thank you incredibly for that support and helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And I also wouldn't be able to have it as a possibility for myself to do the very same thing when I'm working on putting together this show. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a support from none other than Con45, who put in a 10 and said, LSA guys, and keep up the good work.
And I got to say, long live the Lee Spring Army. A big thanks to you for support, and we will try our hardest to keep up this good work, and your support certainly will help. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 10 from Con45, who said, when the U.S. started obeying Putin and Iran engagements are now classified as special military operations, our U.S. soldiers became expendable, and now the U.S. hides any and all losses, it seems like.
Well, I would say that's not exactly the case, because by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it's a pretty different thing. But I suppose that is an opinion to have. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Robert Bradshaw, and thank you, Robert, for the $10 support. And also a big shout out to Born in Ukraine, who put in a 5 as well. And we appreciate the both of you very much for supporting the channel. We also have a 10 from Adam McLean, who said, because you guys make mainstream media look like it's made for children, and it truly is.
Oh, it is. Like it totally is. Like, it's sad these days what mainstream news is. I bet you by now they're finally getting, wait a minute, everyone, we're breaking the news. We heard that there was some missiles launched at Israel. Like, it's probably something like that. I don't know. I haven't been able to see him during the show, but I do thank you incredibly for the support and help the channel to keep it running. And I like to think that we are able to run circles around the mainstream news on the speed and accuracy of which we can cover the news, and also on the kind of real coverage that we give. We don't have to, be scared of, the FCC pulling our broadcasting license, because, you don't have to have one on YouTube, and also a whole bunch of other things to try and appease certain people. We can just report it for what it is. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that was addressed that well, and we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm seeing another report here from Open Source Intel on Twitter. Open Source Intel is claiming that Iran also launched a swarm of drones at Israel, and they're scheduled to arrive in 4 to 7 hours, if not intercepted en route. That seems like a very long flight time for that. I'm not sure if that's the case, but kind of interesting with that. Apparently, they launch drones. It looks like in the video they might be like putting some posters or something on some of the drones that they launched that they sent toward Israel. So, how long did it usually take the drones to get that distance? That seems like a long time.
I think it would take them like a couple of hours, but I don't remember it being 4 to 7 hours. Like I feel like maybe they're slower drones, or maybe the timetable's off. I'm not really sure. But also, man, I like how the Iranians in this video are like, Inshallah, we shall destroy the airfoil of this drone in the name of Allah. Man, it's like, bro, it's like I wouldn't put a poster on anything that's about to fly. It's like you don't know how that's going to affect its flight capabilities, and also how much drag that's going to be adding to the one side of that drone. Like that's a pretty dumb idea.
Yeah, it seems like it could be a dumb idea right there. So I don't know. Like maybe it's taking them longer to get there. It seems like something doesn't add up with that.
Man, it's taking them longer because they plastered all these unaerodynamic, drag-inducing posters all over the fuselage of the drones. So that's going to take them 9 hours to get there. I gotta tell you, the Iranians, Jesus, folks, Jesus. But with that, I hope that does address that well, that news that we just got. So we might be seeing drone attacks later on tonight, but if it's 4 to 7 hours from now, that's going to be pretty way on late into the night, and we'll have to see if we're able to run a show on that, and I have a feeling we probably won't. Also on top of that, it's probably all going to get intercepted and shot down before it even makes it to Israel. Considering that the Israeli Air Force is going to be up and operational, they'll definitely shoot those down before they even get close, probably. So with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Andrew Acton. And thank you, Andrew, for the $10 support. He said, love you guys and the channel, and long live the LSA.
And I got to say, a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you so much for enjoying the channel, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Elite Commando, who said, fourth month of 7 days a week at work in defense manufacturing. And I'd love to hear y'all cover the U.S. manufacturing and logistics projections at some point.
And I thank you for the support. Sadly, we don't really get a lot of information on that to be able to cover it reliably, and also it doesn't really get into our news coverage a whole lot, at least as of late, because there's so much other things to cover in the world that it's kind of a bit of a lower priority thing in terms of precedence of what's happening on a given day, and because of that, it becomes a little bit harder to try and fit that kind of stuff in. But it would be really cool to cover one day, and I would love to do that, but we'll have to try and find the time and also see if we can get any info on that sort of stuff well off enough that we can actually give it a good run and a good coverage. And so big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a little bit of news coming out that apparently the Iranian attack that was just conducted on the U.S.-backed Kurdish forces inside of Iraq was apparently conducted using Shahed 136 drones, also Fajr 5C guided rockets, and Fath 360 short-range ballistic missiles, also known as SRBMs. So a pretty wide-ranging attack that apparently Iran just conducted on the U.S.-backed forces in Iraq from the looks of it. Also, we are hearing from other Israeli sources that Israel is still committed to responding to Iran, and they're simply considering the scale of the response. So it appears to be that this meeting might be concluding that a response is needed from the looks of it. So that is the breaking news. Enforcer, would you like to weigh in?
I think we largely leave that as is. And so with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Roar Dakota, who put in that 5 and said, I thought this would be over in 2 weeks. And how many weeks ago was that? And it's like how World War I would be over by Christmas, 1914, and LSA.
Oh, I was supposed to be over in like a couple of days, according to the president. 3 days, I believe the statement was. Sounds a lot like what Putin said about Ukraine. And here we are, I think it's like 3 months later, because this started on the 28th of February. So 28th of February, let me see here, let me think. 28th of March, 28th of April, 28th of May, 28th of June. Well, actually, it's 4 months now. So it's actually 4 months, and we're getting on into the 5th month at this point. So it's been a good minute, and it's still nowhere close to being done. I'd have to say, folks, I wish that we had someone in charge of the country that actually thought with the plan and actually thought long term, because clearly this is well over this person's head right now. Like that's not even political to say, it just obviously is. Because with Israel getting directly attacked and then going, that's no big deal. I mean, that's clearly something that nobody would say if they were sane, or knew what they were actually talking about. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
I also have here a $10 support from none other than B. Burns 2, and thank you, B. Burns, for the $10 support. He said, what type of targets are Israel likely to strike?
They're most likely going to bomb Tehran, and they're probably going to go after a couple of military targets and also energy infrastructure from what we're hearing right now if they start to strike. So that's what we're thinking would be the top 3 targets. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Master Rash. And they said, do you think that North Korea, China, and Putin are telling Iran what to do to mess with the United States because of the current leadership? Slava Ukraine and Hiram Slav and LSA.
And a big thanks to you for support, and I have a feeling they're probably telling Iran a couple of things here and there, but they don't have like a direct line of communication to them daily, like, oh, mess with them this way and like really get them good. It's not really like, like the kind of like practical jokers thing where it's like, tonight Iran is the big loser and they're like, they got a peace on what's top and they're like, hey, like put out a stupid tweet. Like most of Iran stuff is being done on their own, but every once in a while Russia and China will come over and give them like a broader overarching statement like, oh, it'd be nice if you did this, or if you made sure to continue this because we have our own things going on, and if you continue it, we'll help you out. And they could be saying stuff like that in the background, but it's not a direct play-by-play. It's more broader sorts of encouraging statements that they're making, most likely also with offers of continued support. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mark Dixon and also a 5 from Strong River Flats. And thank you both, Mark and Strong River, for that $5 support, and we do appreciate it. We also have a 5 from the Becca Fly. He said, thanks for going live, guys, and excellent reporting on the fly, and you are appreciated.
That's fine. I saw that right there, ready? The Becca Fly on the fly. That's a good one. But beyond that, I gotta say, thank you so much for enjoying us going live and covering this news. We have tried our best, and I hope that it has been a good attempt today to make sure that the news is well covered, well researched, and well analyzed, because I would say that today I feel like the coverage has been pretty decent, all things considered. So a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Barry, and thank you for the support. He said, from Polish chef in Sheffield, UK, for the new fun for coffee hand grinder and mocha pot, mine is US made and from steel. And how does electronic warfare work?
So electronic warfare at its basic level, you're using an electronic device on another that is able to project some sort of a interference through electromagnetic, I guess you could say wavelengths. That's basically what electronic warfare is at its simplest. So you're trying to disrupt the electromagnetic space between one transmission point and the receptacle point of another. That's basically what electronic warfare is at its basics. But there's also a lot of different ways and forms that can be implemented, and also different kinds of damage technologies and actions that can be conducted in that kind of realm. I'm not a humongous expert on how electronic warfare works in great detail. Generally, things that have to do with electronics and also modern day computer technology is a little bit beyond my wheelhouse in the specifics of how they work, but that's the general, almost textbook definition of how electronic warfare works, or it's just basic definition. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support all the way out there in Sheffield in the United Kingdom, which is on up there. A really neat place, actually, Sheffield. I haven't been there personally, but I'd like to go there one day because I've always heard cool things about the city of Sheffield. There's really cool pictures out of the city too. This actually looked like a neat place to go, and we never got to go there, which is a shame. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on and into, well, actually, before we get on into the next one, someone said, don't EMPs fall into electronic warfare? Kind of, but because the only reliable EMP is a nuclear weapon, that then falls into really more so of the nuclear warfare category with a secondary impact on electronic warfare. So with that, we're on the next one.
So also, we have seen the crude oil futures. We've gotten that information right now. Apparently, it looks like Brent crude futures have opened up more than 3.3% higher than the previous price, and the WTI futures gained over 3.4%. So they are opening up with a bit of a bang, I guess you could say, from the looks of it. Nothing too insane, at least in the context of what we've seen recently. It's not too insane. During normal times, this would be considered wild during normal times, but right now, this appears to be a normal swing to a certain degree. So we'll have to see if it increases this bull run right here. We'll have to see if it increases that. But for right now, it's largely moderate.
Interesting. These days, folks, the oil market seems run by a bunch of fools. Here in the future, the oil will run out, and then the prices will just skyrocket just because of that fact alone. So I guess until then, it's just going to be in this weird limbo land sort of a deal. But with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jose Arana, and thank you, Jose, as well. He said, when the state of Israel was founded in 1948, 5 countries invaded Israel the very next day, and that tells you everything you need to know.
And I thank you for the support. There's actually a lot that goes into that. Like, there's a lot historically that's involved with the state of Israel. And, like, we can always kind of, like, simplify it down a whole lot. But if we really get into the weeds of the whole thing, there was a lot going on there. Like, the British promised what is now Israel entirely to the Arabs before they gave it to the Israelis. And then once the end of the Second World War came around, the British changed their mind and they just decided to partition the land equally, half amongst the Arabs, half amongst the Israelis, and try and end the whole situation there. And there's a million things that I can talk about in the leading up to the formation of Israel that made it a pretty messy affair, and it certainly wasn't peaceful back then either. I mean, if people don't know this from back then, like back in the 1920s and 30s, it was very common for Israeli settlers to start pushing into Palestinian land and attacking them, and for the Palestinians to attack the Israelis and try and push them out of the land they were trying to settle, or to push them out of the lands that they had been in for some time that they had bought through the purchase rights from the Ottoman Empire, which is why they were there in the first place. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into that. It's a pretty complicated sort of a deal. And then also on top of that, you have to add in the religious factor as well. I mean, you could have put anyone there except for an Islamic group. Like, we could have said, oh, Israel's going to be a Christian state. That would have started off the same war, because it's a religious ideological conflict at that point. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, at least in my opinion, from what I know. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Texas Woman. And thank you very much, Texas Woman, for that $5 support. They said, wouldn't the U.S. Congress have to approve of a re-engagement or a war with Iran?
Well, right now, right now it would require some sort of a vote for the War Powers Resolution Act to see that it's continued. And right now it seems like that might not happen, because it seems like there's actually some pushback against the conflict in the Congress, but I'm not really sure. Like, Matthew, what do you think?
Now there's two different ways: the way it should work and the way it actually works. Let's address the way it should work first. Technically, before this entire attack on Iran started, the U.S. president should have gotten a declaration of war first, but that's not really the way it works in practice, at least in precedent. It's not the way it works in reality. The president, in reality, doesn't necessarily have to get the approval right now. He can just launch an attack on Iran, and that's just the end of it right there. It would be then up to Congress to pass through that war powers resolution through the Senate. Then it's going to get vetoed by the president. Then the Senate has to override the veto, and then they could rein in the executive branch at that point. As you can tell, it's a very complicated process and a very unlikely process to succeed. So in reality, even though it should be technically a declaration of war, he really doesn't have to get one in the way it works operationally.
So I hope that does answer the question well, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from 2 Days Gone. He said, great group of folks here.
And I'd have to agree. A great group of folks, amazing people in the LSA. And so huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from the Nocturnal Overlord, and thank you very much, Nocturnal Overlord, for that support. And they put in a 20. They said, the U.S. is certainly mishandling this mess, but it doesn't help that a former TV host is running the War Department.
I would say that at this point, that's not really unfounded claims. The situation has been mishandled to the extreme. And the reason why I would say that, folks, is working off the last administration. In the last administration, we made the criticisms on air that their weak stance against the Islamic Republic of Iran and their complete lack of support for U.S. allies in the region when dealing with Iranian aggression was an absolutely weak and horrendous position to be in. And not only that, they were continuing to let the Iranians threaten in the future via the Houthis and themselves the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb, which I brought up on air many times throughout the past few years as significant strategic threats that they're posing that need to be dealt with. The last administration didn't deal with that at all, and in fact tried to mitigate the risk by appeasing the Iranians for the larger part, which I said was a pretty bad idea. And now the current administration's doing that as well. And I'd also have to say that a Secretary of Defense that has to go around everywhere, turning everything into a domestic political speech. I don't know if y'all saw, but I believe he was in Europe today, because today, well, actually yesterday was D-Day, the anniversary of D-Day on June 6th of 1944. He went over there to an American military cemetery. Instead of talking about the sacrifice that Americans made on the field of battle across the face of Europe, the Pacific, and elsewhere in the name of liberty and American ideals and freedom, the speech turned into a political one about immigration and rights of certain groups of people in the United States and so on, and didn't even touch on the sacrifice those soldiers made. When you have people like that are in charge, you don't end up getting any sort of reasonable or rational sorts of plans or ideas executed, because they're so caught up in this ideological war that they've made up in their head they can't think straight about doing their actual job. But still, a big thanks to you for your support, and help this channel keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from B. Burns. And thank you very much, B. Burns, for that 100. And we do appreciate that. Very generous support right there. One of the largest ones of the night, or of the day, actually. I'm so used to saying of the night. But B. Burns said another tougher question. Would the large-scale destruction of infrastructure targets, like, for example, energy, electricity, water, oil, or Karg Island, would that dissuade Iran or simply embolden them?
I have a feeling that right now that I actually probably embolden them, and I'm not really a big fan of hitting civilian infrastructure like power plants, water production facilities, and such things as that, because it doesn't do us any good in the war. It's kind of like how Russia blows up apartment buildings filled with Ukrainians on the daily. It doesn't do them anything to win the war, and so what's the point of even wasting a bomb on that? To me, like, that would only embolden them, and also on top of that, it wouldn't make us look good at all to start bombing civilian infrastructure. The only thing I say that the United States should bomb are military targets, government targets, and targets of paramilitary groups like the Iranian police and the Besiege. Those are the targets that should be hit and destroyed throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran. Anything else is non-essential, unnecessary, and also would generally be violating the Geneva Convention. So not only is it not necessary for successful military actions, it also paints us in a very negative light and gives a lot of our enemies around the world a great deal of ammunition to say, look at the evil Americans, trying to starve the Iranians and kill them from thirst, in this war, and they're not really doing anything to achieve any success. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support, B. Burns, and helping this channel to keep on running. But that would be my 2 cents on those sorts of attacks, and I think we should keep them only on military actions. Ukraine's done exceptionally well in the war against Russia with that kind of mindset, and I think that's the best proof to show, outside of the Geneva Convention and completely divorcing the concept from any form of morality, does attacking civilian infrastructure work versus attacking military targets only? And Ukraine has proven exceptionally well, removing everything else from the factors, that striking military targets only and keeping entirely focused on strategy of defeating them on the field is the most successful outcome that we can look for. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, to quickly address this, but I know someone's about to bring it up. I also did actually see someone bring it up just a second ago, actually. Some people are going to say, well, isn't what Ukraine's doing to Crimea by simply, basically cutting off all the supply routes to Crimea, isn't that basically the same thing as what we're arguing against the U.S. doing in Iran, or Israel doing in Iran? And it's not the same thing, because what Ukraine's doing is they're simply cutting off the rear front line supply lines that the Russians are using to support their soldiers on the Ukrainian front. It just happens to be that Russia was stupid enough to use the same exact highways in occupied Ukrainian territory to also supply Crimea, because they stopped using the Crimean bridge. So it's like a side effect. It's not the main reason Ukraine's hitting those occupied highways that Russia's using for their logistics. It's simply a unfortunate side effect of it. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, it's not the same thing at all. We're not in an active front with Iran, so striking anything related to logistics that might have an impact on civilians doesn't do anything for us at all in this war right now. One thing that would, like for example, let's say we want to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Does blowing up a power plant knock out the forces that are aiming the missiles into the Strait of Hormuz? No. So it doesn't have any direct strategic effect that benefits us in the war. It does deprive a lot of Iranians, civilians for that matter, of electricity, and then that gets them emboldened and enraged, and then they hate the United States, and then they want to support the Islamic regime to continue on the war, and we might just start galvanizing the population in Iran to actually be anti-American, if they already don't have that sentiment because they've been indoctrinated into it over the past few decades. So I would generally say it's not a good idea to hit civilian infrastructure inside of Iran.
Although, if it's dual use and then Iran is using it, like for example, let's say for example, there's refineries inside of like Iran that are being used to supply the IRGC with fuel for their military vehicles. Well, then at that point, you have a fair argument to hit that kind of stuff at that point. Also, for example, let's say hypothetically, I'm not sure if it really works like this, it probably doesn't, but hypothetically speaking, if there's an electrical facility inside of Iran that is supplying primarily the military bases with power, then you could hit that legally, like in a war sense, you could hit it. But if it's something that's purely servicing the civilians, like for example, the civilians inside of Tehran, you can't just go hit, without discretion, like all the power plants in a huge area, because unless it's proven that's associated with the military, you can't hit it. And that's what Ukraine's doing inside of the occupied Ukrainian territory. I mean, it's also, by the way, it's Ukraine's territory, by the way. Ukraine's simply striking their own highways that Russia simply took and seized in the war. They're striking those highways to stop the Russians from using that to resupply their troops on the Ukrainian front lines, which that's totally legal. That's not against the Geneva Conventions.
Also, I just saw someone say, no, but the power plants may cut the power supply to radar installations. Well, most radars usually have backup generators if they're stationary, which are able to run for a long period of time, usually a couple of weeks. That's what the supply regimens usually demand. Or it's a mobile radar system which runs on its own diesel generator, so that doesn't really work too well. Because that would be like saying, here in the United States, like if someone went to war with us, well, a hospital in Alabama could possibly take on wounded U.S. soldiers. So at that point, it's really more of a dual-purpose target because there's guys from the military that show up at the hospital, so let's drop a bomb on it. And it's like, well, does that really work? Because then you could start arguing that everything's a military target because the military just is around the area to some extent, even if they're not using it as an actual military, for a military purpose or reason. And so we could start justifying blowing up everything. We could say, oh, well, the food stores, well, the military is using that food. To some extent, we don't know how much, but they like grabbed a sack of flour out of this, flour mill, and so we need to bomb that whole flour mill and deprive 1 million people of food because there was 1,000 soldiers eating out of it. And you could start going into a giant rabbit hole of making everything a military target because somewhere, somehow, the military kind of touched it. And at that point, you're trying to balance how much are the civilians using it versus how much is the military using it. I mean, if the civilians are using the installation either to half and half or more than half and half in their favor, that's generally not called for an attack. You try and hit things that are mostly used for the military or are solely for the military. And then on top of that, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to hit the power plant. If we're saying that knocks out the radar stations, wouldn't it be a lot easier for us to just bomb the radar stations themselves and knock them out without causing more damage and impacts for the civilian population in that country? And it wouldn't do us any favors to piss off the civilian populace either by bombing out their power plants. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so it sounds like the U.S. president has made a statement to the Financial Times, at least according to a Twitter post that we're seeing here from Fitex News and OSINT Technical. Here's what it says. It says, the U.S. president tells FT that Israel would have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran, quote unquote, and this is allegedly, of course, according to FT. They said, allegedly, he won't have any choice. I call the shots, says the U.S. president. I call all the shots. He, meaning Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. So apparently, I mean, I guess sounds to me like the U.S. is basically telling Netanyahu, you'll do as you're told or else. That's basically what they're telling him at this point. So that's pretty bold right there, I will say. Kind of bold to say that in the midst of their country getting attacked by Iran. A little bit wild to say that. Basically saying if the U.S. president says he wants to let Iran attack Israel, then Israel will shut up and accept it. So that's a bit of a wild position to take right there. I have a feeling that the Israelis, when they're very strong-willed, of course, I have a feeling they might not tolerate that very much. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that's not going to be taken all too well, but that seems to be a continuation of the U.S. foreign policy position of if I say jump, you say how high to every country we have any dealings with in the world, because that's how we've been treating everybody for the past year and a half, and it looks like we're still going to keep doing that. And this is how you end up losing allies, folks, is telling them you can, like, if an enemy blows you up and we just are inconvenienced by you responding, you won't respond and you'll be happy with it. That's a pretty crazy sort of a take right there, if that is actually what was said.
I gotta say that's a wild position to take right there. It really is. I'm not really sure. Like if I was Israel, I wouldn't take too kindly to that personally. Essentially, in street talk, what Trump just said to the Israelis is, "You're my bitch." Basically, that's what he said in street talk. Which I'm like, man to man, I'm like, I'm not sure if that's a good thing to tell another person. Also, by the way, the U.S. president wants to be an alpha. Obviously, Netanyahu wants to be an alpha too. So when statements like that start getting like said, if it's true, of course, it's according to the FT. When statements like that start getting lobbed around, that's usually when you start having like battles of the egos start breaking out to a certain degree. So that might sort of make Israel lean toward the idea that they're going to defy the United States just out of ego.
Yeah, that's something else. Also, someone just said he's posturing, pretending. You both got to wake up. Damn, have you woken up? Have you seen the past 2 months? Have you seen the past year and a half? Where the hell have you been? You need to wake up, man. Like telling us to wake up. We've been watching this going on for a year and 6 months. It's just that Israel's the new victim. Like if you think this is posturing or pretending, this is the foreign policy, man. Like you got to get it with it. Like I got to like the political people that got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid whenever their guy does something stupid. Hey, you just don't want to accept it. This is what it is. Like if you think that looks stupid, it is stupid. You got to take it for what it is. But anyways, with that, hope we've been able to address that well. Apparently, that's the U.S.'s position. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here, also, by the way, I saw someone mention it. The story just came out yesterday that Israel was allegedly caught spying on the top U.S. leadership about what they were doing with the deal with Iran. So I gotta say, I think honestly, like everybody always talks about this current leadership in the United States is like always bowing down to Israel. It's like I don't know, this might be the leadership right here that ends up ending the relationship with Israel. Possibly, I'm not sure if that's going to go that far because of course Israel has a lot of pull here in the United States. I'm not sure if it'll actually go to that length, but. I mean, this is as close as it's come. I don't even think the last administration came this close to a fallout with Israel as it's getting right now.
Man, I mean, I haven't seen anything like this before. We went from Netanyahu's a war hero, great guy, to he'll do what he's told. He's a bitch of mine. Like it's like, damn, man, what a 180.
Yeah, that's a button right there. Like if you're looking for somebody's hot buttons to push or something like that, that's one thing with the U.S. president. If you do anything that makes him seem like he's not calling the shots, he's going to start going berserk. Like this is the way it's going to be, which usually indicates a personality that's very hard to work with to a certain degree. Some people might call that, and once again, this isn't a diagnosis or anything like that, but some people might call that a narcissist to a
TDS.
certain degree. Say what?
Get him, cancel him, TDS.
But no, that's just the personality type. I mean, some people are minded like that. They don't take any type of what they view as defiance, or otherwise they'll try to destroy whoever the person is that's trying to quote unquote defy them to a certain degree. Some people have a personality like that, and it's a very toxic personality. So you can take that how you will, but that appears to be sort of like the general personality that the president seems to have to a large degree. But
Man,
moving on to
I
our
wonder if him putting his face and name on every damn thing that he can in the government is really one of the indicators for it. I wonder, it's like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe that is true, I don't know. I mean, doesn't he have a kind of odd like tendency of putting his name or his face on literally everything? I mean, even for like the 250th anniversary of the country on the 4th of July, instead of having like a celebration of America, he's going to hold a rally for himself on the 250th anniversary of the country. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a decent argument for that narcissist argument. I haven't heard that one before. That's kind of shocking to me. We'll have to look into that one deeply.
Yeah, I don't get into all that stuff. It starts getting into domestic like stuff. I don't get into all that.
Well, I don't get into that either, but it's an interesting question. But with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one here goes to Barbarist. And thank you very much for that $10 support, by the way. He said, thanks for the work, guys.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying the work and supporting it, so that way we can keep this thing running and make it possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from White Quill, and thank you for the support as well. He said, counties or I think he meant to say countries are countries, only if other countries think that thoughts other countries are countries, said some CGP Gray.
That's
He could
actually
have worked on his grammar a little bit. He could have worked on his grammar.
That's actually a pretty good YouTube channel. I've heard that before. And yeah, actually, a country existing relies on other people recognizing that they exist. So the world has to come together and be like, okay, those people do exist to really have any legitimacy. Outside of that, your country is basically kind of in like this limbo lane where it's not really recognized and it really doesn't exist, but it does, but no one wants to recognize that. It's an interesting sort of reality with that, but that's actually a true statement. But the big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Smarzig, who said, my Iranian friends are beyond astonished that the USA promised a lot at the beginning and basically backed out and settled. And I told them I don't know what to say except I'm very sorry. Honestly, sorry. I'm not even sure sorry would cut it at this point because, sorry is not going to bring back the dead at this point, 40,000 of them or so. So I'm not so sure. That's why, I'm not one of these people that believes the U.S. should be like the world's police to a certain degree. We should obviously look out for our interests, but I don't think we should be the world police. But the catch is, though, regardless of how I feel about that, if the U.S. makes a promise to help the Iranian civilians out and then we fail to follow through on the promise, like literally like less than a month later, that's not a good look, even if I don't want the U.S. to be the world police. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, yeah, it's well, I gotta say, not being political here, but, the current guy promises the world and he gives basically nothing in return. It's like scraps or nothing, literally. So that's not really that shocking to me that that's the case. Like, most politicians kind of do that, but I'd say that this one's currently at the most extreme that I've ever seen. Because, you'll see something like, we're going to get so much money from these tariffs, and then we get like 400 million from them or something. It was hardly anything. And then it's, oh, look, this is going to pay for everyone in America to get a $10,000 check. We're upping the military budget by 500 billion, and somehow 400 million is supposed to be stretched to cover all of that. I think it was actually like the tariff revenue was something like 190 billion, if I remember correctly. It wasn't a lot for like a course of several months that happened during, and then we had to refund it all. So that kind of stuff generally leads me to believe, most of the time whenever he says anything, you can basically bet that nothing really happened. But outside of that, it is very unfortunate what's happened with Iran. I would have to definitely agree with that, and it's not a good look at all. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Guedo, and thank you for the support. He said, while you two are busy making jokes, 2 jets left Tehran. Also, by the way, I'm not even going to read your super chat because that sounds kind of like disrespect. But anyway, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Notorious GRG, who said, when they use guns as air defense, is it safe to be outside? And is it safe to be in a house or in the house or on the top floor apartment? And what goes up must come down.
Generally, with most air defense guns, they're larger caliber, so they have proximity fused detonation charges or proximity fuses on the rounds, which detonate them at a certain point of flight. After they leave the barrel, they have like a certain amount of seconds before they explode. So generally, it's not safe to go outside when there's any active gunfire, but if there are larger air defense rounds like those being fired, relatively it'd be safe, but I still wouldn't trust them, especially if you're in Iran. So big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I am seeing here, we don't have a whole bunch of breaking news, by the way, for some people asking, is there anything going on right now? Not really, but I did see something interesting here that apparently just happened. That apparently, it looks like open source intel is pointing out an interesting fact. Qatar actually issued a notice to airmen closing some of their flight routes within the Doha flight region from today until June the 14th. So maybe Qatar was tipped off. Maybe that would be a little bit weird because Qatar has been attacked by Iran. But it seems interesting though that they apparently did change that 6 hours ago, well before these attacks started on Israel. They apparently issued that notice to airmen about their airspace. Did you see that, by the way?
I didn't actually.
Yeah, that is interesting. It seemed like they got some tip off from somewhere.
A tip off from who? I wonder. I wonder how that jet's coming along that they're giving us.
That jet? Was that Qatar that gave the jet?
Yeah, it was them. I wonder how that's coming along. I wonder if that's going to be, delivered soon. Because, that is really interesting that they did get a tip-off. I'm not saying anything here. I'm not trying to say that, that's related, but it is really interesting that they're the ones giving us the jet, and then they look like they got a little bit of a jump on the whole thing. That's interesting.
Yeah, maybe so, possibly. But we also have some more news as well that apparently the oil price, the WTI crude here in the United States, has apparently jumped a little bit higher. It looks like it's about up to $94 a barrel right now, which is a 4% surge. It was sitting at just about $90 a barrel, and now it's up to about 94, just about from the looks of it. So it looks like it's actually going up some more since we just last reported on it to a large degree. So it could indicate things to come, but it's kind of hard to tell with the oil price. So like it gets traded like cryptocurrency these days, which is highly unusual for an oil commodity like that. Usually it's more stable, but now it jumps around like crypto. So we'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah, that's interesting right there. Very interesting. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Godzilla, who said, "Have you heard the rumors about the U.S. Maybe using the Taliban for intel in Iran?"
I haven't heard about that. So
I don't think they would help us. I'll be honest. I don't think they would. Even for money, I don't think they would. I did hear that apparently Israel had put some people in, like, I think it was like Azerbaijan or something like that to collect intelligence. They would send agents into Iran from Azerbaijan. At least that's the report out there. But I don't think the Taliban are helping out. I think they would probably give us the middle finger, probably.
yeah, especially after we threatened to bomb them to try and get back Bahrain. Like I think that soured the relations to the point most of the Taliban guys probably wouldn't be willing to work with us. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mamba Mentality, and thank you for the support. They said, as much as the U.S. wants it to look like we are not in this or nothing's going to happen, buddy, it is, and we kind of are. And best to just go for it and get the situation resolved.
That's what I'm thinking, Mama Mentality. I completely agree with that. We ought to just get the thing done and over with. When you get in a war, you gotta be in the war. You gotta finish it, whether you win or you lose. And right now we're on the path to lose the war, which is no good. We want to win. And so for all the people out there who say that we're anti-American because we're saying that we're losing the war, that's not being anti-American. That's facing facts. And what we're trying to argue is to change the situation to where the war can be won, just like Mama Mentality saying. So I completely agree with that. And I gotta thank you incredibly for the support and help this channel to keep it running, Mama Mentality. You've been around forever, by the way. Huge thanks for you for still being here and enjoying the channel. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Kingside, and thank you very much, Kingside, for the 5. And they said, why do they use expensive aircraft and cruise missiles instead of relying more on low-cost drones as seen in Ukraine? And the Kingside said he would swarm the IRGC with them.
Well, generally because the U.S. doesn't have a lot of those, unfortunately.
They had the Lucas.
Well, not a lot of them, though. I mean, we hardly saw proof of them ever being used, even.
I mean, they could. I mean, but those are the ones they have at their disposal. They could simply produce more of them if they wanted to use them. I just don't think there's. I don't think there's a desire to use those in large numbers. I think it's a bit of a mindset problem.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Ballistic Computer, and thank you as well for that support. And also a 2 from Agent Orange, and we do appreciate you, Agent Orange, for that support. We also have a 2 from Lethal Latin, who said, Israel, leave USA.
Well, I thank you for the support, and with that, we're on the next one.
And also, we also have a 2 from SCR, who said, IRGC super salad, no thanks, and LSA.
And I thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
Man, you good over there?
Well, I just don't know how to respond to these. Like, just being kind of frank here.
It sounded like you're distracted from me. I was like, dang, man, it sounds like you're like over there, like reading something on the side or something. But our next one goes to Tuxedo, who puts in a 2 and said, if they get control of Hormuz, we're all screwed. Yeah, they already got control of it.
And I'd have to say, that's very, like that's very accurate. I mean, they do have control over it, and we are kind of screwed. So I hope that does address that well. And also, I saw someone say something here, Matthew. This one's important. This is a rules thing. So Eugene said, "You have no idea the rules of YouTube. YouTube doesn't have any rules against someone speaking about religion." Wow, that's interesting. But you know what's crazy though is that this YouTube channel has rules about that, and we kind of set our own rules and enforce them here on our channel, like everyone else does. YouTube has its rules of what we can't do, but we have our own rules of what people can and can't do here. So I hope that's a notice for you. This isn't the YouTube corporation running this live stream. This is Enforcer Media, a partnership that's running this live stream. So we have our own rules. But with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to B. Burns, who puts in a 10. And thank you, B. Burns, for the support. He said, I just want to say Israel is no victim. They know their existence depends on deterrence, and they don't take crap from anyone. And the U.S. has more than met its match. I just don't think that the U.S. should be telling Israel what the hell it's doing. It's like if the U.S. doesn't want to be involved in it, then step out of the way and let Israel do what they need to do instead of bossing around sovereign countries and telling them what the hell they're supposed to be doing. It's like if we're saying that we're just going to sit back and let the blockade and the Strait of Hormuz take its course, and let Israel do what it's going to do. It's not like the peace talks are going anywhere. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I would agree with that. Like I gotta say, where in the world does the president get off with this idea that he has the right to tell other sovereign nations what they can and can't do? Like I get it to a sense that if we provide weapons to them and if they're in a similar alliance, we kind of get a little bit of a say. But where the hell does the president get off with this idea that he has the right to tell everybody in the world because he's the president, which is just a high-end civil servant, what they can and can't do from their own elected governments, from their own positions of their own national security and sovereignty, just because he's around? Like, I don't even understand that. That's a ridiculous sort of a notion. Like, if I was the president, I would never even imagine that we had that ability, because we don't. What we do, folks, is we say this kind of stuff to these countries, and they get pissed off and they go, you know what? We're just not going to work with the U.S. anymore. Like, that's like they're not tied to us. Like, Israel isn't even tied to us, so even with how much military support we give them, they can pack up and walk away, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. And so it's like you don't tell people they can just pack up and walk off if they want to, that you can tell them what to do and they just got to shut up and take it, because it's not like there's anything you can do to them that would stop them. And also, if we try to do something, I mean, Israel does have nuclear weapons. I'm not saying it get to that point, but there is a point to where you could push them hard enough or try and, start curb stomping them, and they might nuke you. And then you're kind of stuck there once again in a whole roundabout thing. You really can't tell them what to do like that. That's just in this guy's mind. But still, a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a super chat here from none other than Abu, who put in a 5 and said, on gang, how they gonna tell the mans not to slap back after catching the fade from the ops? I ain't down with it, but damn, LSA on top. That's
Man,
crazy talk right there,
God.
honestly. Honestly, if we were to do like a translation here of what the U.S. just told Netanyahu, at least allegedly, it was like, settle down, bozo, you're my bitch. Settle down and sit down. You're gonna get a honey bun today. It's like, I tell you what, I don't know what's going on right now. Kind of crazy talk. Honestly, it feels like we're operating like street rules here. Like, it feels like it's street talk going on. Like, that's the mindset, really. Like, it's like this isn't prison. It's like, we're supposed to be operating with, mutual respect for sovereign countries here. It's not like, the biggest bully in the cell becomes a cell block leader or something like that. It doesn't work like that. It's not supposed to. I don't think people are going to take kindly to that too long. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. They're not going to take kindly to it too long, and they already aren't. I mean, like, many countries around the world have already started to cancel arms contracts with the United States because they consider the United States to be a potential or present supply risk and also an ideological risk as well. That's something that, doesn't really bode well for the United States in the long term, because if people start making their own guns, then we don't control the guns that they own to be able to tell them what they can and can't do even at that level. They are completely independent at that point. And this current guy doesn't get that at all. Like, he just goes around acting like everybody's his bitch. To be honest, including the U.S. public, and that is going to end up running out its welcome pretty quick. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt, and thank you, Andrew, for that support. And I think here there's been an error. I think I accidentally copied and pasted Abu's on his. So let me go see what Andrew said real quick. Let's see here. Wait a minute, he said the same thing. Wait a minute, let me make sure here I got this right. Hold on here. Oh, I see here. Abu didn't say that last thing. That was Andrew Honeycutt that said that. So, my bad. That was Andrew Honeycutt that said that. My mistake, Abu. Here's what Abu said. Abu said, hi there, and love you guys, and thanks as always. And you should introduce a bingo card for what's going to happen next. I'm not sure there would be any winners in LSA.
I don't think anybody could win at this point. I mean, we try and analyze and predict what's going to happen in the Middle East day to day, and we've ended up being wrong so many times. I don't even think we give predictions anymore. At least I don't. I just go, I don't know. Whatever happens, happens. Because it's literally impossible to tell. One day, he could wake up and say that he's going to literally glass Iran and, wipe out everybody alive in their country, and then the next day Israel gets attacked, and then we're not going to respond at all because, God forbid, we're very close to a deal finally 2 months later, and we've been saying that every day for 2 months now. But I would have to agree with you. And a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kevin, and thank you, Kevin, as well, for that $5 support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 4 from Jason Curling, who said, thanks for the overtime stream.
And thank you so much for enjoying the overtime stream and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Philosopher, who said, we are in a soft World War III, and I accept the fact we are World War III. And it seems like that this war is being fought, if you want to call it World War III, it seems like it's being fought via proxies all over the place. Iran's a proxy for China and Russia against the West. Then Ukraine's a proxy for the West against Russia and China. And Taiwan could be the next proxy war, perhaps, that's going to break out. But it seems like that's the way it's being fought. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I would generally agree. I think we're probably in a third world war at this point. It's just that it hasn't really kicked off into being a global front. It's just a whole bunch of separate ones right now. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Trippy, who said, will the USA intercept Israel's retaliation on Iran?
Apparently we have, and they're in some sort of a council meeting in Israel right now to figure out whether they're going to heed the U.S.'s threat or if they're just going to do what they want regardless and then just let the U.S. figure out what the hell they're going to do now as a result. And honestly, I would just call the U.S.'s bluff. If I was the Israelis, I'd bomb Iran and watch the U.S. waffle and go, oh, well, Israel is still a big ally, because that's what they're going to do at the end of it all, probably. Because if with how little spine the U.S. administration has right now in the Middle East, why in the world would the Israelis ever think that the buck would actually stop with them rather than everything else that's happened so far? Like, Israel could bomb Iran and the current administration would still say the ceasefire is on and everything's fine and nothing's going on. So that's what I would do. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from the Nocturnal Overlord. He said, this isn't prison. That made me laugh so hard I spit out my coffee, and thanks. And honestly, I mean, it's true. I mean, it's true, though. It really is not prison. I guess, I mean, if you have like a negative worldview of life or something like that, I guess you could technically look at the Earth as a prison, and we're all in our cells on our continent. So I guess you could look at it like that. I generally try not to look at it from that negative viewpoint, although I can see the parallels, certainly. It seems like it could be viewed that way a little bit from time to time, possibly, but it's not supposed to be a prison. It's supposed to be sovereign countries with sovereign governments, but I'm not sure if it's seen that way anymore. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it doesn't look to be seen that way anymore, and it definitely isn't supposed to be prison, or, you know, the strongest one on the block is the one that runs it. That's kind of a really goofy notion to run alliances off of, especially considering that everybody can just get up and walk away. Like, you know, France and Britain, which we shit on endlessly, it's like they're nuclear armed. So they're untouchable, basically. That's what that means. Unless if we want to end up getting the United States nuked. France could sit there and say, we're taking the EU on its own path. F you, America. And it's like, what are we going to do? Go to war with France? Or they're going to nuke us? Or are we going to go to war with the whole of Europe? That'd be economically and militarily destructive. It's like, and then on top of that, at the end of it all, we end up getting nukes, so we end up going nowhere, and it's a pointless war to even fight. So it's like, why in the world are we going around treating every country on the planet like this, when the reality is that a lot of them could just get up and walk off and go do their own thing, or they might go to China. You know, it just doesn't make any sense to run foreign policy like this, because you don't end up gaining anything, you end up losing everything, and in the meantime, you get to pretend like you're the big guy on the block while everyone's walking away and leaving you alone for good. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Daniel P. Gon, and thank you, Daniel, as well. He said, I have so much respect for both of you for staying committed to covering this war as objectively as possible, despite the countless insane decisions.
And I thank you so much for appreciating it, Daniel, and helping this channel to keep running, because we try our hardest to make sure that we keep our we keep our biases pretty clear. We'll just criticize everybody no matter who they are, and I think that's a pretty commendable thing, because these days you get people who are political to the point that everything one side does is perfect and it's never been done better, and the other side is demons. I'll tell you the honest truth. I mean, both sides, when you look at them, are pretty are close to demons with how badly they handle things these days, and I think that's more so the truth than one side or the other. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for enjoying the channel and helping us to keep this thing running, because you help us to keep this news on air and keep covering what's going on around the whole of the world. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Plazoth, and thank you, Plazoth, for that $2 support. And we also have a 2 from David Ford, who said, China Coast Guard, you've been here over an hour. You go now.
China Coast Guard, this is Taiwan water. You don't belong here. You go. A big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Mamba Mentality yet again. He said, "We kneeling to Iran. Nah, man, it's getting out of hand." I mean, that's really the only way to look at it. I mean, that we ran that poll earlier about why people think the U.S. is stalling about the whole situation and refuses to finish the job. And it looks like most people believe it's over political, domestic concerns, but, about winning elections and stuff like that. I guess that's a decent explanation for it. I guess, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. But, Enforcer, what say you?
In the meantime, they're preparing to invade Cuba. Like, if they
Yeah, you heard that?
What?
You heard that? They're canceling a whole bunch of different airlines, cancel all their flights to Cuba for the foreseeable future today.
Oh yeah. I did hear about that. I was like, what do you mean, invading Cuba? I was like, of course I did. I just said.
They're also handing out guns in Cuba too, preparing their people, telling them to get ready to fight.
Yeah, they're doing all of that. It's like, if you think, if they think that the Iran war is going to be possibly damaging their successes at the midterms, it's like, what would damage their chances more? Going and starting a completely pointless war with Cuba that has no strategic or economic reason behind it at all. Like, the Iran war is the only war that I've seen so far in the current administration that actually had some reasons behind it, not what they said, but what there was really behind it. Stopping them from developing a nuclear weapon, stopping the terrorist forces from the region, stopping Iran from being a destabilizing power, attempting to destabilize the U.S. influence in the region. And then we went into the war and mishandled it so badly. Everything that we were trying to avoid by going to war with Iran ended up being the very things that happened. The Iranians are destabilizing the region faster than we could have ever imagined. They're blockading the Hormuz, and they're still going to be working on a nuclear weapon faster than they ever would have. It became completely counterintuitive as we fought the war so poorly at the strategic planning level of how we were actually going to fight it. And so now, on top of that humongous failure that we're dealing with now in the Middle East and trying to figure out how to fix that, now we're going to try and start another war with Cuba in the midst of the Iran war still going on. And why? I mean, I don't even get it. Like, that one literally doesn't make any sense. It's like, maybe we ought to deal with one thing at a time instead of acting like we're trying to speed running the nation into the ground. Because it's like, what is invading Cuba going to achieve for anybody? Nothing. Like, nothing at all. And if someone says, well, liberating the Cubans, well, that was never on any of y'all's minds back when y'all voted for this guy with the slogan, no new wars. Y'all didn't give a shit about Cubans then. So why in the world are we going to care now? Like, they've been living in abject poverty for 60 years. And they can continue to live in abject poverty for the next 10 years, or 60 years even, if they don't overthrow their own government. That's not really our problem. So, that's kind of my thing here. Why in the world are we going to go and get into a pointless war when we're in the middle of losing one that has a lot of points to it, and we're not doing that well? It doesn't make any sense. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Jason Lefebvre. And thank you, Roast Jason, for the $20 support. And he said, LSA.
And LSA, and a huge thanks to you for support, Jason Lefebvre. And helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Mamba Mentality, and thank you, Mamba, as well. They said, the only ally helping you out on the strikes.
Yeah, I mean, that's something else right there. These days loyalty doesn't amount to anything for the United States. They'll still treat you like crap, which is interesting. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Jose Arana, and thank you, Jose, for the 2. He said, but I thought Israel controlled the U.S. Oh, I mean, they definitely have a lot of pull. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, that's why I'm wondering. I'm like, how far is the United States going to push this? Because they have definitely a hell of a lot of pull here. So, we'll have to see how that goes. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I have to say, I mean, I guess the tables are turning. That's a little interesting. But a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from 123J, who said, fun fact, 1966 Holden's lightning flight happened.
And that is actually true. That's where a lightning mechanic actually ended up taking off an electric lightning without really wanting to, and I think he either landed it or something. I don't know. It was a crazy story though. But I do have to say, humongous thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
All right. So, with that, folks, that is actually our last super chat to address so far. So, a huge shout out to everybody once again for supporting the channel during this breaking news stream right now. It's now time to get a couple of live chats. We don't have a whole bunch of them because, sadly, during the breaking news streams, it's really hard for me to keep up with the chat because I'm trying to track the breaking news that's happening. So, we have a couple of them. And in the meantime, just to go back over this, by the way, we are seeing that apparently there's nothing major happening in the breaking news right now. Israel has not responded. We're just simply seeing a lot of preparations for something to happen, maybe an Israeli retaliation on the Iranians, but we're not seeing it actually break out as of this hour. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen with that. But in the meantime, though, we'll grab our other super chat that just came in and then some live chats. But we have a 5 from Troy Sr. Who said, what about all the missiles in Cuba provided by Russia intended to use against the U.S. one day? And thanks, guys.
I didn't hear I
I think
don't
he meant
think
drone.
Oh, well, I was about to, I don't think it's the Cuban Missile Crisis. I was like, I don't think they've given the missiles, but there's some drones down there, but we don't even know how true that claim was because it just kind of came up out of the blue, out of the middle of nowhere, like they were trying to find a justification for it, and then they didn't really think it would work too well, and then they just completely dropped it. We've never heard of it again. But with those drones, what are they going to really do with them, though? If they try and attack the United States, our response is going to steamroll them. Because it's not like they stand a chance at all with 300 one-way attack drones. That's like enough for 1 or 2 attacks, and then they're spent, and then they're just waiting for us to get down to shellacking them. And so I would say not really a big enough strategic threat to justify going to war with them. Because at that point, if that is a strategic threat, the U.S. has to invade Mexico to destroy all the cartels because they have hundreds of FPV drones, and that would pose an even larger threat than the Cubans. So, you know, that kind of ends up being lost in the strategic pertinence. 300 drones just doesn't really amount to that much of a threat. But I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Raphael Saya, who put in that 10, of course, and said LLT, LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and a big thanks to you for the support, Raphael, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to say, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And so big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
All right, so on that note, let's get into some live chat questions proper right now and see what the live chatters had to say about the whole situation. And our first one here is going to go to Harold, who actually threw in a super chat. We have another super chat that just came in, and thank you very much, Harold, for the 20-pound support. Excuse me, and we do appreciate that very much. And Harold said, in the event of a Russian collapse, what might happen with places like Georgia and Moldova?
In most of those places, you're probably not going to see any active invasion by Georgia or Moldova to retake the territory. Due to the lack of external support for those regions, you'll probably see that they end up in some sort of peaceful negotiations with the parent government like Georgia or Moldova to peacefully reintegrate into those nations and their national governmental system. And that would probably be how it would go. I would assume that it probably wouldn't be any sort of a bloody, violent conclusion. They probably just end up getting into negotiations because they would not be able to keep their position tenable. There would be no foreign support to prop them up, and so they would inevitably collapse. So a peaceful transition would be a lot better than a violent collapse where they go into internal calamities, and then these governments like Georgia and Moldova would have to step in anyways to try and stabilize the situation and then reintegrate them, which would be inevitable at that point. So a big thanks to you for support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Slow Sparks. And thank you very much, Slow Sparks, for the $20 support. And we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you for the support, Slow Sparks, because those sparks do be slow. And I got to say a big thanks to you for the support and putting in that Cyber Hippo. That Hippo's got a missile on it. That Hippo must be a part of the IRGC. But beyond that, a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Notorious GRG, who put in a 5. And thank you very much, Notorious, for the $5 support. He said, when they use guns as air defense, is it safe to be outside? And also, is it safe to be in the house or on the top floor apartment? What goes up must come down. Also, I think we might have read that one already.
Yeah, I think we actually did read that one. And generally my answer was it was not really safe for air defense fire, to be outside around air defense fire at all. But if it's an air defense round, which usually has a proximity fuse in it, then it's kind of safe, but still not really. So I hope that answers that well once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Vadim Rosenberg. And thank you very much, Vadim, for that 20. He said, what happened to that recent story when 6 people were killed by Cuba's Coast Guard?
Completely covered up. Like they didn't bring that up ever again.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Probably CIA. That's what I would assume, because like the way that was brought up once, everybody in the U.S. government literally just shrugged at it and just went, and then it never was brought up again. That's definitely something suspicious. So we don't know actually, but that's what I'm kind of thinking, is that it had to be something like, say, a CIA infiltration that failed and it went badly, and then they just covered up the whole thing to make sure that nobody knew. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Adam McLean, and thank you, Adam, as well, for the 20. He said, because I am sick and tired of mainstream media failing over and over and over again.
And I thank you for the support, Adam McLean, and I gotta say, I thank you. I thank you for appreciating our show and appreciating that we're able to kind of run circles around the mainstream media these days. It's kind of like how all those YouTube producers and developers and directors are now beating out Hollywood at the box office. You know, it just generally shows that this community is filled with a great deal of passion and drive, and higher quality can be found in most categories here on this platform. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, like if that was like some sort of like failed CIA operation or infiltration into Cuba, the way it works is the public will never hear about it, but on the wall at the headquarters building, they will get their name on the wall there. Because unfortunately, when people pass away that are operatives like that, then obviously you can't go out and publicize it because it's classified operations, and that's the whole point of it. But they will be honored on the wall at the CIA building, of course, but we'll never hear about it probably for decades. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Big Bob, who puts in a 5. And Big Bob said, thank you guys for giving us the real news. And shout out to the Niagara Hose Company, number 6 in Burlington City, New Jersey. Best fireman in the city by far.
Is that where the Burlington Coal Factory is at? Is in Burlington City? Is that where it's at? Let's see, Burlington City in New Jersey. New Jersey. Here it is. And I got to say a big shout out to him on the Niagara Hose Company, number 6. I would suppose they are the best firemen in the city by far. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, and they said, question, do you use Claude in any of your research?
No, I don't use AI in any of my research. I do all of the digging, like, off air. Like, on air, like, when we were looking for a quick answer, I might use the AI answer, or I might go to Wikipedia, but when I'm off air and I'm doing, like, legitimate research, usually it's, like, on actual purpose-written articles by an organization, or other groups that are affiliated with that, or I just go and actually read legitimate physical books. That's usually how I do most of the research off air. So I hope that does address it the best I can, but I'm a big person against using AI. The only reason we use it on air is for time convenience purposes, and that's pretty rare still. But outside of that, I absolutely hate using AI, and I basically do not use it at all. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here, we're actually jumping back into our live chats, believe it or not. We are out of super chats yet again, but a huge shout out to all of the other super chatters that threw in that support. But jumping into some live chats, though, we do have one here from D. Lowe, who said, so do you think if they pummel Israel for 7 days, meaning Iran, do you think Israel will use a nuke? And is that enough justification?
I don't think so. They got pummeled for an entire month beforehand, and they never used a nuke. There's really no proper justification to use a nuke unless there's an existential threat to the state, which wouldn't exist in an Iranian attack scenario, unless they started to get overrun by Hezbollah and Hamas on the ground somehow, and then they'd probably use a nuke. But a big thanks to you for an interesting question there, and with that, we're on to the next super chat.
And back to our super chats, we just got a 50 from Radiz for Rubas. And thank you for that $50 support, by the way. It said, thank you for supporting real independent news reporting.
And we thank you for enjoying real independent news reporting. We're greatly appreciative of that. And we thank you greatly for your incredible support and helping to make this thing possible. And so a huge thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kevin Reeg, and thank you very much, Kevin, for the support. He said, thanks, guys, for the dedication to the news, your perspective and sense of humor, and yes, you guys run circles around the mainstream news. And thank you, by the way, for that. I do appreciate it, of course. I think the reason why mainstream news is also having a hard time as well is they can't get anybody to sit down in an interview and sit there and, calmly answer questions. That's also part of it because I think that was the strength of mainstream media is they could bring on bigger names in politics and bigger names in geopolitics and get their opinions on stuff. Now they really can't even do that anymore because most of those people won't agree to come on channels because they're too political. Or if they get them there, they might just get up and walk off in the middle of the interview. So mainstream's lost their appeal. But thank you for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I have to completely agree. Mainstream just isn't what it used to be. It's not really mainstream anymore. I gotta say, thank you so much for enjoying our news, perspective, and sense of humor because we try our best to make a well-rounded sort of a product. We're about to start speaking like that McDonald's CEO. But unlike the McDonald's CEO, we actually eat the news we make. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, it's now time to move back to our live chat questions yet again. And our first live chat of the segment here, or actually our second one, is going to go to Abigail, who said, I heard that Congress voted to end the war, and what do y'all know about that?
The House of Representatives passed a limitation on the president's abilities via the War Powers Resolution, but it hasn't made it to the Senate, and then it'll also get shot down at the desk of the president via presidential veto. But, Matthew, what do you have to say about it?
That war ain't ended. That war isn't ending anytime soon. It's just too much procedural trouble to get that resolution passed through. But they made an effort. The effort is a little bit too little, too late, and also it's coming at a bad time too because at this point we just can't stop the war. So regardless of what Congress feels like, they'd be making a bad decision at this point because we got to finish the job.
Amen. I would agree completely. And so a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And believe it or not, folks, I'm looking right now, and this actually appears to be the final question in the spreadsheet right here that we're about to be getting up on. So it looks to me like this stream is actually about to be rounding out right now because we don't have a lot of new news coming in. And generally, we've covered everything for the day as well that we had before the show. So we're actually going to be rounding out the stream for the day. And so with that, we are going to be moving on into the final question of this streaming day. And so who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the D?
And that viewer is going to be Andrew Acton. But also, by the way, before we get to Andrew's question here, I just want to say to folks that we really don't have much more breaking news happening right this minute. We would stay live if there was something happening, but it looks like that meeting might have concluded with Netanyahu. So if something else happens later on tonight, of course, that might be coverage worthy. But in the meantime, though, it looks like there could be a lull. It could be an entire day lull before something happens. It could be, unfortunately, it could be our day off on Monday that something happens at this point. So they're gonna keep on taking up our Monday's day off. So, like that's really something else. Like, usually nothing happens on Monday, but it seems like recently a lot's happening. But real quick, we'll get to Andrew Acton's live chat question here. Actually, just threw it in the super chat. Actually, I was about to get his live chat that said the same thing. But let's get to that one from Andrew real quick. Then we have two more super chats. Andrew Acton put in a 10. He said, Matt and Andrew, can a Ukrainian Flamingo missile reach Tehran if launched from Ukraine?
Yes, they have a 1,500-mile range. They can not only reach Tehran, they could also reach Isfahan as well. And even further down, they could almost hit the city of Shiraz. So the answer to your question is yes. They can hit most everywhere in Iran. So I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for support and also the live chat, which was going to be the final question of the night. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50R. I'm not sure what currency that is, but we do appreciate that it's Brazilian real from Maganale, and thank you very much for that support. They said warfare is changing, and we're seeing what Ukraine is capable of doing to Russia with the use of drones, and the U.S. and Israel were not prepared on this. Could it be the U.S. is avoiding the attack because of Iranians' overwhelming desalination plants?
There's a possibility, but I think it was really more so for the drones overwhelming everything everywhere in the region. If that is the reason why, they were overwhelming air defenses in the whole region. So I would say that's probably for that fact if it is over drones. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have 5 from Zalagar, who said, why did it not hit mainstream media that about 3 weeks ago we removed Iranian enriched uranium from Venezuela? I think that was Venezuela's spent fuel products from their nuclear reactors. I don't think that was Iranian.
Yeah, that was Venezuelan. It wasn't Iranian stuff. Like, so I think that's why I didn't hit is because that seems like I don't know where you got that story from, but it seems like whoever reported that one was trying to connect dots that didn't exist from what we saw. Because from what I was reading, it was spent fuel from Venezuelan nuclear reactors, and it wasn't provided by Iran. It was just Venezuelan. So I hope that has addressed that the best we can. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, you know something that I'm very proud that we don't do here on this channel, folks, is I am super glad we don't do sponsorships, by the way, because, you know, could y'all imagine in the midst of this news right here, we're covering like this really, like, it could be very severe news, especially if Israel responds to this, and then it turns into a huge, like, regional situation, and then we're trying to run like a sponsorship in the middle. I mean, I don't know how that looks. So I'm glad we're viewer supported. But our next one here,
in the middle of they just hit the Dubai International Airport. Oh my God, there's so many people that are your teeth white enough? Like, have you been brushing your teeth well?
This is such a bad thing. It's like when mainstream media first covered the outbreak of the Ukraine war, they did the same thing. They were covering like Russia literally rolling tanks into the place, and they're like, Whopper, Whopper, Big Mac Whopper. It's like, what the?
Dude, they were like, a high rise just been hit in Kyiv. We don't know how many casualties are. We're going to try and find that out right after the break. And then they went to the commercial and immediately went, Whopper, 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 Whopper. And it's like, or better yet, that Applebee's commercial that also ran like right after something devastating happened at the beginning of the war. And it was like, have you had Applebee's? Like, it's like, oh my God. It's like, why are they running ads? Like, honestly, I'm very happy that we get to just focus on straight up news and just address super chats. Because, I mean, really, folks, it's like also on top of that with YouTube sponsorships on a live stream like this, it would be so rough to do that. Like, it's going to be like, hey, everybody, like, you know, I know that we just watched, like, you know, a couple of Russians get greased, but are y'all wearing good underwear today? Like, you know, would you like some new underwear?
You're not a bush. You're a man.
You're not a dish, bro. Like a bush,
Oh, yeah,
bro. You ain't using soap on no bush, bro.
You're not a dish. You're a man. And then it's like selling soap and stuff like that. It's like I would hate that. Like I just don't think that would fit in that well. Like I can kind of see that on short war videos because like we've done that before in the past. The short war videos are more like a summary of what's happening, like you know, from a third party perspective, like in the middle of the day. But the live breaking war news streams, that's a little bit different because we're covering some serious stuff while it's literally happening right this second. So it just feels wrong.
Oh my God. This whole entire apartment just got hit by an Iskander. Have y'all ever wanted to bet on how many people are going to survive this Iskander impact? Well, you can now with the brand new betting app. Like, it's like, dude. It's like,
Oh
man,
my goodness. Can you imagine if somebody ran an ad like that? You know those like betting apps out there that let you bet on world events and stuff like that? Like putting money on, do you think Iran's going to destroy the Iranian civilian population? Let's find out. And then you're like putting bets on that. That just seems like morally like hard to me. Like it's like, are they really betting on like people dying? It's like this stuff seems like morally reprehensible to a pretty large degree.
oh my God, look, we just got a $300,000 bet on this app by a government official number 1,197. Oh, like, well, I guess we can kind of get an idea. It's definitely leaning this way. But, man, oh, man, I tell you, I'm just happy we don't do sponsors. I'd agree with you completely on that. It would be horrendous. Like, the scenarios that we would have to go through to get to a sponsor read in the middle of this, it would be awful.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, I think some states out there are starting to ban those apps that let you bet on stuff like that. I think they're starting to ban them to a certain degree. Honestly, I'm like hot take. Like I believe in having a free market, but it's like if we're letting people bet on people dying, it's like I don't know about that. I'm like that seems like it's going a little bit too far. It's like I don't think people should be doing that. Also, it's like what's it saying about the people that are betting on it? It's like I don't know. It's like what are we going to call that? Blood money? It's like I mean you're basically making blood money at that point.
Man, honestly, yeah, it pretty much is. I would have to say it's not really a good thing, really. Not really morally upstanding. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Nam Vet. And thank you very much, Nam Vet, for that $10 support. And we do appreciate that, by the way. And he must be a veteran from Nam.
Must be. And I gotta say, huge thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're happy to have folks like you here. You didn't throw in a comment, but we're still greatly appreciative of your support and helping us to keep this news rolling. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Uncovered Cube, and thank you, Uncovered Cube, for that support. We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, train fact, please, before you go.
Train fact? at the end of a stream like this? Okay, well, I mean, we can do it. Did you know that at the end of the Louisville and Nashville's rail passenger service, the Pan American, if I'm not mistaken, stopped in the middle of the tracks on the way to Mobile, Alabama from Montgomery, because it was at that very moment that the LNN was told that they no longer had to run the Pan American. So they literally stopped the train on the tracks and just disembarked everyone who was on the passenger train and put them on buses for the rest of the way to New Orleans. And so that was the end of the passenger services of the LNN. The Pan American was pretty cool looking. Let me pull it up for y'all here really quickly. Pan American. So that way we can end on a really neat little rabbit hole about railroads and trains. Here is the Louisville and Nashville Pan American. This is probably near Cincinnati. Where it started off. It went from Cincinnati to New Orleans every day in both directions. But nowadays, the service no longer exists because Amtrak didn't pick it up, the LNN dropped it, and it just died on the spot when they made that action in the middle of the day. And I think it was like 1971, if I'm not mistaken. And then they also ran these as well. I personally think, in my opinion, I kind of like the yellow-nosed engines more than I do the blue and cream ones. I don't know what it is, but I just like this paint scheme. I thought it was cool. But anyways, I hope that was a good train rabbit hole to end this thing out on. Matthew, do we have any other super chats to cover?
And that is our last live chat and super chat question of the stream. So I think that's pretty much going to be it right there. Also, by the way, real quick, I see people saying, are you going to be on tonight? This will probably be our stream for the day right here. So unless something crazy happens tonight, like for example, Israel starts launching some devastating attack on Iran or something like that, this will probably be our stream for the day, which is like, don't be too disappointed, folks, because the odds of us being live tomorrow, for breaking news, it's a decent chance that we'll be live tomorrow. So y'all might get a bonus stream on our day off, possibly, which is, honestly, at this point, I kind of wish we had the day off. Like, usually I'm saying all the time, like, oh, well, if we got news, we got news. But, we didn't have our last Monday off. We've been going nonstop for like the past 2 weeks, at least, pretty much every single day, short war videos, streams, etc. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind a day off tomorrow, but I don't think they're going to let us have a break. I think they're going to drive us out of town on a rail.
I was going to try and go and see that new movie Obsession tomorrow, but I guess I won't be able to. I guess
I got to see the real life version of Obsession.
I don't feel like you love me as much. Like, I put that like voice line over the attacks in the Middle East. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll get to see the real one. I got to stay obsessed with this new stuff here. Because if we don't, then we don't have a business. So we'll probably be here tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. So we'll see. I mean, I see whether he forces me on tonight. Let's place bets. No, I wouldn't place any bets on that. High likelihood we're probably not going to be on. But with that, we will see you all tomorrow. Probably. If we don't, we will see you all on Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short video to be made tomorrow, and we're not running a breaking news stream by then Matthew will be the one making that short war video. And so before we move on around this whole thing out, before I do my whole official outro, we actually have one more super chat from another old garden channel legend. So what do we got?
And this one goes to none other than Hokey Redneck. And he put in a 50. He said, you should do the Key West train, Andrew.
The Key West train? Is it this one?
Is that it right there? It looks like a car.
It looks like a car.
Whoa, look at that boiler.
Look at that. Bro, I was about to do that myself. There was actually a train.
We had that goofball. We had that friend's goofball in here tonight. I don't know if you saw him in the live chat or not. He popped in for a second. Nobody knew who he was. I said, not you again, bozo. And then I banned him and boinked him out of the chat.
Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, I was like, what is this dude doing back in here again? I'm not even going to mention his name, by the way, because most people won't even remember who he is. And clearly nobody knew who he was. He jumped in the chat. Nobody recognized him. And he just went into oblivion.
Is that the guy who looks like the Minecraft Pigman?
Yeah, it's him.
Oh, what did he say?
He was running his mouth like usual, but he didn't get his attention he was looking for, so he's probably crying in a corner right now.
Oh, like, for sure a hit piece will be made on us before long. Waiter, another one. We're finally, look, everyone, the hot dog man disappeared, so now we get his equivalent. Instead of being a radical leftist, it's going to be a radical right-winger. So, look, it's literally just like history repeats at this point. But anyways, that's kind of wild. I didn't even know that.
Also, Hokey Redneck said it back in the 30s.
Back in the 30s. Yeah, you're right. I was about to say back in the day they actually had a train that went all the way down to the Keys, which is pretty cool because there wasn't a lot of road access back in the day and people were still wanting to reach the resort spots of the Keys. So I think it was the Seaboard Airline or Florida East. It actually was Florida East Coast. It says it right up there. It was Florida East Coast, which is a railway that still exists, crazily enough, these days. It doesn't run down to the Keys. And they would run passenger trains down this giant-ass viaduct that they built down into the Keys to drop people off and pick them up and bring them out. It's pretty cool. Honestly, railroading in Florida used to be pretty sick. Like, they used to have a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on down there, but nowadays it's honestly kind of one of the most mundane and kind of boring railroad states out there. Sadly, I would say Utah is also one of those states as well, because Florida is all CSX and their trackage is pretty flat and mundane, and out here in Utah there's some very impressive scenic vistas, but the whole entire state of Utah, the trackage rights are owned by Union Pacific. So Union Pacific is the only railroad you see out here, unless if like foreign power comes through from like BNSF or sometimes Norfolk Southern, which is exceptionally rare, but sometimes it does come through, which is kind of neat, but I've never seen it. But anyways, with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you so much once again for the support, Hokie Redneck, and with that, folks, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Herom Slava, long live the Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a big shout out to the almost 200,000 people that were here by the end of the stream. And we will see you all maybe tomorrow. We'll have to see. Almost certainly on a short war video, I'd imagine. Maybe a decent chance of a live stream tomorrow. I will say that up front. So we'll see if there's breaking news happening there. But we are expecting something to go down. Hopefully, it doesn't go down tonight. Like, I'm hoping it doesn't go down tonight, really. But we'll have to see. But in the meantime, though, we will see you all in the next one. And of course, a big shout out to everybody for being here once again. And Slava Ukraine. Herom Slava. Get some rest and good night.
Spring on me,